Of the State of Georgia committee meetings. I will turn it over to Chairperson Benepetti for rules. It is yours, Ms. Petty.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
We've had a couple of changes this morning. Just give me just a second. Good morning, Dr. Taylor.
Good morning.
All right. We'll start with Pfba amendment to 2021-22 list of local board governance training providers.
Good morning. So the State Board of Education has adopted state board governance standards for local boards as the basis for local school board member training. The board approved the 2021-22 local board governance training providers at the March 2021 State Board of Education meeting. In addition to the providers on that list, Parker, Poe, Adams, and Bernstein LLP is being added because it acquired approved trainers from a currently approved provider. A few school systems have governance trainings scheduled this year with these approved trainers and need the provider organization to be approved in order to continue those trainings. The training providers on the attached list, if approved, will conduct local school board member training utilizing curricula aligned with the State Board of Education governance standards for local boards and will meet identified needs for improvement as submitted in local boards training program.
Okay. Comments, questions, or concerns?
I guess I'd just like to ask, when you get a recommendation, who in policy, do y'all go and have a conversation with the new screeners?
Yes. So we had the new screeners actually reached out to us. They had been screened prior to these particular screeners, our trainers. They were with a different firm, and then several of the approved trainers had
So they left the firm
and went to another law
split
firm.
off and made
Yes.
this, that's kind of, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
How many does that give us now?
22.
20, okay, I was gonna say 20, but okay, right, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Item 2, Title 20 waiver.
Dooley County Schools is seeking a waiver of the portion of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, Section 20-2-51, C4A, which provides that no person who has an immediate family member serving as a school principal or assistant principal or in school district leadership may serve on the local board of education. This law also stipulates that if the LEA's initial fall enrollment count conducted in 2009 pursuant to state code does not exceed a full-time equivalent count of 2,800 students, the State Board of Education shall be authorized to waive its rule and law upon request of a local board of education member or an individual attempting to qualify to run for local board of education. The daughter of a current local board of education member in Dooley County Schools is being promoted to an assistant principal position. Dooley County Schools had an FTE of less than 2,800 and is requesting a waiver to allow the current local board of education member to retain eligibility to continue to serve on the board through the end of their term of office in December 2026.
Comments, questions from the committee?
Well, obviously, that this is very close to my heart because I grew up in this area. And back several years ago when we had to call the Dooley County Board before the state board, one of the reasons was nepotism in that area. And I noticed that we have a letter from the chairman of the board. I don't see anything from the superintendent, or did you reach out to?
It is, I actually saw it, Helen, if you look, scroll to the
Go
bottom
down.
of that
Okay.
letter.
Yeah, it goes down.
All right,
Dr. Lockhart did sign the letter.
okay.
Which speaks to the transparency we talked about so many
Yeah,
years ago
exactly.
with them. I mean, it's.
Because if you are, and we're small and rural, and the bucket is limited in those areas, but we have to make sure that when we do this, that we put it out and this is the best person to do the job and it works, because this is a 6-year term. And maybe we could stipulate with some monitoring in there, you know, checking back in there after a couple of years to make sure that things are still rolling smoothly. Not that I'm opposed to it, but I just don't want us to get into any kind of hiccup because it's too critical in my little county and for our students that this runs smooth and that there's a happy trails always. So I don't know what the other members of the committee feel about maybe having a check, putting a little stipulation in there that we revisit and look at.
And I think it's also important to note that, you know, this is for them to, obviously to continue their current term of office. If this board member so chose to run again, then they'd have to go through the waiver process again with the public hearing with the community and the board before to get permission to run for that seat again.
Yeah, I think we're aware of that, but like I said, I'd like to hear from some other board members, but I don't have a problem other than I just want to make sure that we don't set that up for another situation either. But I'm glad we have something from the superintendent and from their board members that speaks highly.
And perhaps the caveat could be that if there was another promotion in line for this assistant principal to move up, then we would need to be revisited as long as she was an AP and her job description didn't change. Then perhaps there's not as much unless it came up that she was applied for a principal's position or a district level position.
Well,
So if she moved or if she was promoted, this particular employee, would they have to come to us for another waiver, or would this waiver cover any movement within the system?
So we'd have to check on that with Stacy and see if during this term, if she were promoted, what the requirements would be.
But I think, Dr. Taylor, I mean, regardless, if she is promoted, again, still the caveat is if that person seeks re-election as a board member, again, you still have to, come.
And even if she's not promoted, when they seek reelection, if this goes through, if she becomes the AP, even if she's not promoted beyond this point,
Yeah, so
once
regardless,
reelection comes,
Sure.
then they would have to seek another waiver.
Safeguards in place.
I'm just talking about safeguards. Like I said, I'm not opposed. I see this, but you know how small towns are, and people, when something happens like this, you want to make sure that it's messaged correctly so that people don't feel like, well, that was a privilege and I didn't get that privilege, and then it starts a whole little bucket of things. We've all lived in it and seen it, and I want to make sure that this is, as I said, a smooth sail for Dooley County, because they have pulled up. We were on the rock bottom, as you know, and we have gone through a lot of transition there, and Craig has done a wonderful job, and just want to make it comfortable for the committee, the board, and the superintendent, and the constituents in the town to feel like we're on the right track, and there's no question. So, like I said, I don't know if we could go back and revisit in a couple of years and make sure that there's there's still a steady approval there, and I mean, just it's just running smooth. But those are my thoughts.
So is
Frank,
that,
you live in a small community.
did you raise your hand, Mr.
You
Lloyd?
live
Oh, it's actually, I'm talking to Frank about this actually this morning, not in a quorum, but this morning about this, it is, and we all know too, I think there's, Ellen, what you're saying is absolutely correct, and those who've been on the board a long time knows the tough decisions we had to make regarding Dooley County and the work that's gone into it, and they are in a great spot, but also it is a rural area and the talent is so hard to find. And yet, and if they think, and if the superintendent thinks that this person is the best qualified person to be that, it's hard to find that. And I would hate to not allow it because of a rule that we're going through this process and having these open. And Kenneth, to your point, this is being transparent and where it needs to happen. And as long as it's transparent, the people, the superintendent who has the trust, I know, of this board and the people that want this to happen and think it's the right thing for the best thing for their community and their students. Yeah, I would be inclined then to support this in my vote tomorrow on, in the committee of the whole to move this forward, so. Because it is, I mean, it's good we're having this discussion because those are the issues, but also I think the overriding issue is the local control and the issues of it's darn hard to find really good people in Atlanta, much less rural areas now, so.
And Mike, when you post it and whatever, and they feel that this is the right candidate, I mean, like I said, I'm not opposed to it, I'm just want us to be
No, that's
aware.
very, very valid, yeah.
Safeguards.
Is Craig retiring?
Lockhart?
Yeah, no? Oh, good.
Don't start that rumor
I'm not.
here today. The Albany Herald's not here, right?
This is just committee.
I know, I'm teasing, Josh.
The meeting is still here.
Any other comments or questions? If anyone doesn't have any issues, we'll move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is a request for approval to post health informatics course revisions. There's a request to post the amendments to the Georgia Standards of Excellence for 4 health informatics courses for public review and comment. Business and industry experts have reviewed 4 health informatics courses and provided feedback on necessary revisions to bring these courses up to date. Their feedback was incorporated by Georgia teachers who also have this industry experience. The 4 courses being revised are the Essentials of Health Information Technology and Applications of Health Information Technology, which are the 2nd and 3rd courses in the Health Informatics Health Information Technology pathway. Health Information Management Medical Office, which is the 3rd course in the Health Informatics Health Information Management Medical Office pathway. And Healthcare IT and Biotechnology, which is a middle school course in healthcare science. If approved, these courses will be posted for 30 days public comment.
Comments, questions?
Speaking.
No. I think they got the accolades at the last
Yeah.
meeting. They're great.
Anybody here from CTAE want to speak
Yeah.
Yes.
Any comments?
at
All
all?
good?
He's looking down.
He's hearing this going well and he's learned enough to keep quiet.
All right.
Okay. Just want to make sure you have a platform to speak if necessary.
Intently reading his book.
We will plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 4.
Item number 4 is a request to post the amendments to the Georgia Standards of Excellence for Hospitality, Recreation, and Tourism Essentials in Hospitality, Recreation, and Tourism Management for public review and comment. Feedback from educators and business and industry partners indicated a need to update and rearrange the content for these courses to reflect current practices in business and to better prepare students for career opportunities in the hospitality, recreation, and tourism industry. The revision committee consisted of 7 professionals from the industry, 3 educators with experience teaching in the pathway, a systems CTAE director, and a professor from Gwinnett Technical College. If approved, these courses will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions?
Any comments from CTAE?
Another thumbs up?
Is that another thumbs up?
Okay.
We'll have a bunch more next month.
Okay. You have a platform to speak in case you
All
need to.
right. We plan to move this to the consent agenda and Dr. Keller, I think then the other items would have been pulled.
That is correct.
5, 6, and
So
7.
we're
5, 6,
pulling
and
number
7.
5.
5, 6, and 7 will.
Okay.
All right, then that concludes everything under rule. Anyone have any questions or anything for Dr. Taylor or anyone while we do have a little bit of time or? Anyone? Okay.
All right, we'll stand adjourned in recess until 11 o'clock, at which point audits will meet.
Okay.
I will turn it over to Chairman Mike Royal. Mr. Royal, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to get audits going. As we know and we've followed up, there's a lot going on with audit right now. And it's a work in progress, and we've got good partners across the street with our state auditors, and I know Matt Cardoza's out today, but with our DOE staff. Christina Turner, the Deputy State Auditor, is here with us, and I'm gonna go ahead and get her up first to give us an update on a meeting that occurred last week. Found out about it last night, but it sounds like was a very useful meeting, because the way we left it last month was we're gonna be working in the DOE staff and audit have both reached out to US Ed on clarification and guidance on where we are. And we were, really worried about 20% of our schools. I know we don't have any definitive, but it sounds like there has been progress made to where we are on the ESSER funds and relating to audit. And so I'm gonna go ahead and then turn it over to Christina Turner to give us an update from the Audit Department on where we're at with that.
Well, thank you for letting me speak with you today. If you can't hear me, let me know. My mom and sister are both teachers, but they say I do not have a teacher voice, so if I'm not projecting, just let me know. When Greg spoke with you last, we were waiting on additional guidance from US Ed. We did receive feedback from the inquiry that Superintendent Woods made to US Ed. We received that on March the 10th. Subsequently to that, we set up a meeting with US Ed, GDOE, and our Audit Department on March the 17th of last week to just make sure we were all on the same page and to clarify some of our issues. I failed to mention that I do have two of my coworkers up here, Morgan and Sarah. They are actually the experts in this. I'm the one that knows a little bit about everything, but not a lot about anything in particular. So they are going to speak up if I say anything wrong or you have questions or clarifications. So I apologize for not introducing them first. The feedback from US Ed, though, is that in their view, school districts may use ESSER funding for any continuity of services expenditures incurred during the pandemic, which includes the salaries and other operating expenditures previously budgeted for that were to be paid for with other funds. So that's the guidance that we got. That's the meeting that Mike was talking about. I do want to share kind of where we're at with this and what our thoughts are. While most school districts we feel like have really managed the ESSER funds responsibly thus far, we do have concerns about some of the school districts who've used the ESSER funds for general operating expenditures in excess of their budget shortfalls. We're not alone in this. We've talked to colleagues all over the state and across the nation who also have some of our concerns. But we want to share the risk that we see as part of our job. We feel like that's important. But we feel like the school districts are likely missing the opportunity to make some real improvements and to improve the innovative concepts for their students by charging these funds straight to general operating. In the FAQ that US Ed issued in May of 2021, they described the use of funds as follows. Ed encourages states and LEAs to use funds described in this document to safely reopen schools, maximize in-person instructional time for students, and provide opportunities to address the impacts of lost instructional time resulting from the pandemic. When decisions about how to use ESSER and GERF funds, states and LEAs are encouraged to take into consideration how the funds can be used to address inequities, including focusing on supporting and servicing students from low-income families, students of color, students with disabilities, English learners, students experiencing homelessness, children and youth in foster care, migratory students, children who are incarcerated, and other underserved students who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Our Performance Audit Division just issued a report around the significant learning losses that we've seen across the state of Georgia. And these issues have been exacerbated by the fact that many of our rural districts are severely lacking in access to reliable and high-speed internet. Addressing these issues or creating safe environments by increasing the number of teachers to lower class sizes, increasing bus routes to ensure adequate distance for the students, technology purchases to ensure students had access to virtual platforms when necessary, were just a few of the things that we expected to see. And in many cases we did. At most of the districts, we did see the use of those funds that way, and this was immediately impactful to the students, which is what we feel like the funds were for and what we were looking for when we designed our testing. Additionally, given the current economic environment, the inflation rates going up, things like that, there may be a need for these funds going forward. So if all of the funds are pulled down now and used now for general operating expenditures that could have been covered some other way, then you have the risk that you wouldn't have them there when you need them. And the last thing we really want to bring to your attention is that when you transfer this amount of general operating expenditures from the general fund to your ESSER funds, this may result in the school district's inability to comply in future years with maintenance of effort requirements for the IDEA and ESEA programs, and it also may keep them from meeting the American Rescue Plan Act's maintenance of equity requirements in fiscal years 2022 and 2023. So we've been doing a lot of looking at the numbers. A lot of those numbers are on a lag, so numbers that are happening right now will not be included in calculations until a year or two down the road. But a year or two down the road, you may see some non-compliance as a result of what happened with the way these funds were used. As I mentioned, we will not be issuing findings related to the aforementioned issues. The superintendents requested us not to issue findings. We are not going to issue the findings. However, we want to make sure that in addition to providing the independent unbiased assessment that Greg talked about, we also have a responsibility to let you know, as those who are charged with governance and management, the risk and other things that we see as a result of that audit. So right now, we're considering our options and considering how we can make sure we meet that professional responsibility. I do want to note that while we don't plan to issue findings for charging general operating expenditures to ESSER in excess of the documented budget shortfalls, we are still testing allowability. Any expenditure that we test that does not fall under one of the authorized use of funds categories in the COVID legislation that are not properly documented or not approved through GDOE's consolidated application process will be considered unallowable and will result in a finding. Further, we have been reviewing construction expenditures associated with the ESSER program, and we will likely see findings related to the Davis-Bacon wage rate requirements because some of those have not been met as well. So I don't want to give you the impression when I say we're not giving findings that you won't see any findings at all related to ESSER. You're not going to see a finding related to the specific inquiry that a superintendent would send related to using it for the salaries and other operating expenditures. We do appreciate the opportunity we've had to engage with you on these matters. We appreciate GDOE's staff who've worked very closely with us and talked with us throughout this process and finding a resolution on this, setting up meetings, things like that as well, making sure that we can get access and the information that we need. We will continue to work closely with GDOE to ensure that we're evaluating these matters with the clear understanding and the most concrete information that we can possibly get. So that's where we are. Any questions?
Well, obviously, I missed out on a lot of
Well,
that.
that's a long ways from where we were at a month ago.
It is.
So that's
It
great
is.
progress. Christina, you mentioned, just back up even right towards the end. So obviously, they're able to pull down the funds and do that for the salaries and everything. So that issue of how quickly or never, that's fine, but it still has to be, the findings will be wrapped around, they weren't approved by the consolidated process and or they didn't meet one of the specific outlines in the ESSER regulate, just like I know telehealth is one of the specific ones. So if they didn't spend the dollars there and it's documented that they spent it related to this one item or they didn't go through this consolidated app process.
Right, we're looking for basic documentation around the expenditures to make sure that they were appropriate. So that's what we're going to be looking for, but it does need to fall within one of those authorized categories. Morgan, did I say anything wrong there?
No, that's correct.
That's our federal compliance coordinator and, deputy director over federal compliance, and Sarah's our deputy director over our school district audits.
Awesome.
So they're the experts.
And then the other thing is, and it's one of those, the cat's out of the bag before I think some of our, just the Thomas Bacon, the contracts were issued and things were going before people realized that that was an applicable rule. And there's not a whole lot we can do about that after the fact.
Morgan has actually talked with several superintendents, and I think they understand the situation that they're in. There's not a lot of judgment in it. It is what it is.
Can't put that toothpaste back in the tube.
Nope.
So.
No.
Is that the best way to describe it, Morgan?
Yes. That's a good way to give us an image of what happened. We've actually, I'm meeting with another school district on Friday, and they have questions about the waivers that were implemented, like the end 21-20 and 2018. You know, there was lots of them that came out. But with that, it more applied to the procurement side and not to the Davis-Bacon wage rate requirements, which have been in effect for, as long as I've been with the department. So it's not a new requirement.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions specific, because we're going to move on to SB 68 next, but does anybody have any specific questions as to where we are regarding clarification of spending and ESSER funds? Again, we're trying to work together. We've got a good line of communication open mostly now. There's still some hiccups in it, but we're working towards it. And trying to be as transparent as possible on where we're at. It's not all pretty, but what we're trying to not have is surprises.
I've been with the Audit Department for 23 years, and I've always worked with school districts, school district audits, and we've always had an amazing relationship with the Department of Education, and I hope that we can continue to have that. So we do appreciate the staff here at GDOE and their efforts as well to make sure we get to the right answers, because it's what we all want.
And then Christina did, in regards to SB 68 and the reporting with that in our moderate and our high risk districts. Do you have an update on where we're at with those?
We will be issuing a third letter on around April the 15th, and it will be for the first quarter of this year. So you will receive something shortly for that. We do expect to have the list be a little more condensed. We're in our season where we're dealing with a lot of clients who are aspiring to be low-risk clients under the federal guidelines, so they usually don't have a lot of deficiencies that we're reporting. So the list may be a little smaller in the coming weeks. We will be adjusting the letter just a little bit to let you know it will look a little different. We're going to try to take out some of the legalese that we've given you before, just to let you know what was going on with the letter and really focus on the information that you need so you can adapt to it. Right now we have, because of the ESSER situation, we've been slow in releasing reports, but we've currently released 8 2021 reports. We have 48 that are done, and in the final closeout stages or final review process, we should have those out shortly. Sarah is working very hard to knock those out and get those out to everyone. And then we have 31 active engagements that are going on. We hope to finish the entire 2021 cycle. The majority of the work will be done by the end of June. There will be a couple that trickle through the summer, and those are going to be those anomalies that we usually have that trickle over, some of the harder ones to get to. So we feel like we're in good shape. You're getting accurate information. You're getting 2021 information. We'll report to you the latest information we have as soon as those audits are released. So I would imagine you'll get, maybe a shorter letter during this cycle, but at the end of June, as we're completing the majority of our districts, the letter may be a little bit larger in scope.
So then would it be accurate and appropriate to say for our May meeting, we'll have a pretty good handle on the moderate and high risk?
We can probably give you some information before that. You will have the ones that you already have. The April letter will probably not include a lot because that's our low risk districts. So it would be more the July 15th date that is going to probably be the entire year that you would see everything in. We'd be more than happy to provide an update before your May meeting. Sarah and I can make sure that we do that if we can, and we can get in line with when your meetings are to provide those letters. We just thought quarterly would be a good starting point.
Exactly.
So,
So we'll wait and see if we need to have a meeting then. Russ, go ahead, or maybe Amy, be best to answer this on the status of the list that we received in, was it November or December, of the moderate and high risk districts and their action plans. They were in the process of submitting action plans on those. Where are we in that status? Do we have all the, I guess I'll ask it this way. Have all the districts that were required to provide their action plans first, have they been provided? One has not.
Correct. She can hear me.
She's off mute now, so.
Beaufort City, I believe, is the only corrective action plan that's not.
Okay.
Because that's not due till May though, right?
May 11th.
Yeah.
Correct.
Amy, is that correct, that Beaufort City is the only one we haven't, but it's due May the 11th?
That's correct. We're anticipating we'll receive it next week.
And my understanding is that Beaufort City has hired additional staff, basically hired a former banker to help with their finance and audit team to help resolve this situation. Are you aware of that, or is that accurate as to your
I am, yes, I am aware that they have hired an additional employee. That individual was hired late last year. Had the opportunity to meet him at a conference in November. But as far as the detail of how they are going to resolve the findings that resulted in the high-risk designation, we have not received any specific detail. What we are looking for is we're looking for specifics in their corrective action plan of how those procedures will change and their policies to ensure that the finding will be resolved.
Have those, I assume that the answer to this, but those findings or details have been provided to Beaufort City?
Yes, we sent a clearance letter to the superintendent, copied the finance officer, and we actually followed up with the finance officer this morning on the status.
I'm not trying to get in the weeds. That is my district. Could I get a copy of that letter, please?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. So yay, I'll get the honor of having the only one still outstanding. It doesn't surprise me. But in that, I know after our last meeting, it wasn't, we weren't out of the meeting, we weren't out of here yet before I was already getting some phone calls. Amy, this is actually a good thing, is from from some people, board member, what the heck, what do we do, what do we need to do? They're trying, some are trying to be more, trying to be politically correct in the words I'm using, and as you can see, that doesn't work with me too well. They're trying to right the ship and get it done to where they're not being a bad example for the state on what not to do as far as reporting, because we all know they have probably more money than any per student than any other district in the state of Georgia. It's like, come on, just get it right, do it, get it done. So they are keenly wanting to know some of the folks if their folks are doing everything they need to do. So hopefully that will be resolved shortly. So with that, so we've got the corrective action plans. I guess off of first glance or reading, and I know you've been into them, do any of them, and I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but do any of them look significantly deficient in what they're doing or not being able to do? For instance, I won't name them specifically and pick on them, because I know one of the districts is a very poor district, and their corrective action plan, I remember last time we went through this process years ago, their corrective action plan was to do nothing by the end of the year because they would lose enough students to be in compliance by the end of the year. Their corrective action plan is attrition. They would lose enough teachers and students to be in compliance. And that's sad, but that was, and you know what? They did. does anything jump out at you specifically being not where it needs to be, or anything, any districts that we may need to look at and have a little bit of work with to make sure their corrective action plans are up to par? That's even a fair question right now.
There have been 4 corrective action plans that have been provided that we have attempted to obtain additional detail for. Most of the corrective action plans we've received from the school systems are extremely detailed as far as specific actions that will be taken. We have communicated to the districts what we're looking for a little more on these corrective action plans than we would for the plans that are published with their audit. We want specifics. So we are working in financial review with outreach to our districts that
So small
maybe.
that classes on, I can't read that. I'm sorry, Amy, keep going.
No problem. We are working with within financial review to follow up with these districts and to obtain some more information. But some of them, for instance, Crawford County, we would like to see a little bit more detail on their corrective action plan related to the school activity accounts. Their finance officer has recently resigned and has gone to another district, so they're in a transitional phase right now. So that's something that has to be taken into consideration. We are still meeting at least every 2 weeks with Talbot County. I received an update from our team member that's responsible for those meetings this morning with Talbot. They are still working to get their financial situation in control, but they are still working with an interim finance officer in place. So a lot of the times, like you stated, the issues could be possibly due to staffing and that sort of thing. But overall, we've been very pleased with the corrective action plans we've received.
And I guess that's a good way to phrase it, because I don't want to signal that 4 need additional information or additional detail. And you just mentioned too, so what I was saying, that's so small, I'm wearing glasses, and here Russ just handed me a spreadsheet, and I can decipher some of it. Hancock, Talbot, Crawford, and Beaufort City are the 4 that still need additional information.
Thomasville City.
Thomasville City. Okay.
Yeah, and Beaufort, we're waiting on their corrective action plan to review.
Okay, so that was one of the 4. Thomasville City, Crawford, Talbot, Hancock. All right. Does anybody else have anything to add, or any questions on where we are with these? All right. Thank you much. Does anybody have anything else need to add for the purpose of this? I mean, Christina, thank you for coming over. Tell Greg that you did a better job, and to send you again next time anyway, so. I doubt she's gonna tell her boss that, but. Yes, ma'am.
Can we get a copy of this?
Yes. Yes, we will get a copy of this sent to the members of the committee. And with that, any other action?
I guess I need to, I'm just a little frustrated that we're behind the ball. We're getting this late. And it's frustrating to know that we've already talked to US Ed, and I just ask you, were you a part of it as chairing this? And I wish that, I hope that we can get to some point that we understand everybody that's at the table needs to be there, not all of us, but the chairs, so that it makes it easier. I'm sitting over here so frustrated. I wanted to ask so many questions about these, moving the general fund over here to the ESSA fund, because I promise you, I thought we'd already talked with that to districts before. And I'm a little confused as to how we went through tier 1, 2, and 3, and we already had the hiccup with 2 and 3, and we already tried to address it, and all of a sudden we're sitting here with all these buckets that just are overflowing. And I know, Mike, you think I don't know numbers, but I can pretty well look and see that it feels very fractured right now, that I'm trying to sit on a committee and I don't have all the resources that align with it. So I thank you for coming and what you did, and for the support team there. But maybe if we can just make a note to to fill us in a little bit quicker, I mean, I think it would be very helpful, and then I could talk to you privately about some of those budget numbers, but.
I will say that we are auditing 21, and so a lot of that second tier and third tier monies that you're talking about, we're going to be auditing for the 22 year. Morgan, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there were some funds that were spent through all of them, but the majority of it, we probably are going to see some improved controls because GOE has been working with the districts. There has been improvement in controls. So we feel like it's going to get better on some of those areas. Part of it's the timing. So we're looking at the expenditures that were through 6/30/2021 right now.
All right, that makes, okay.
And Helen, you're right, and I mean, I wanna think, we are behind, but we're catching up quickly, and that's just the reality of where we are. We didn't have audit committee for 2 years, and now we've got it back. I think we've got everybody's attention in a good way, because we really are trying to work through this. It's a lot. I mean, here and as Christina just said, we're just now starting the audits on the federal funds, the CARES Act dollars. So we've got 2 more years really of this. But I think what we're doing, the pain we're going through right now will pay off in next year and the year after with the controls. As and you know, I heard it, I think I already knew the answer, but I wanted to repeat it on purpose because of our great friends out there that represent the organizations of our things. It needs to have gone through the consolidated app process, or it needs to be documented that it was one of the things specifically listed in the ESSER funds relief program. And that's it. It needs to be really in one of those 2 places to do it. And let's get it, and there's not anything we can do about the Thomas Bacon that's already passed. That is what it is. So we'll ask for forgiveness rather than permission and try to make it right, and that's just how we'll have to deal with it. I don't think there's a superintendent out there that did anything deliberate on that. It was a ready, fire, aim. We've got the money, we need to go, we need to service kids, and we're gonna go, oh crap, we didn't think about that. And I understand it, still doesn't make it good, but no one did anything malicious. It wasn't trying to get around anything. So that's what we're trying to do. I want that to be, as chair, I want that to be the tone of the audit committee and where we're going. And as Christina, we just said, not everything's gonna be perfect. There are gonna be findings, but hopefully we can use those to learn from them. And as we go and continue, as the districts continue to spend dollars, they hone their processes through our teams here at Godot and with the audit and our private audit firms. They're honing those, because I know they're watching, believe me, I know they're watching to see what Department of Administration, our state audit team's doing. And that we're honing those processes to get it right, and we don't have to deal with it. And we're gonna be dealing with potentially 20% of districts to 2% of districts. Let's knock the 0 off of that and go from there. So that's my goal, moving us forward. Okay, anybody, anything else?
So we are gonna start getting some executive briefings
Well,
over
it's
time,
that,
isn't it?
well, we're talking about, I mean, to your point, I found out about the 17th meeting last night in an email at 5:57 p.m. So there are things we can do to communicate better.
I think we were all up, weren't we?
I was at a dinner, actually. I checked email last night before I went to bed, and that was a very nice surprise. I'm glad it was that surprise and not an oh crap surprise that we got to deal with today.
Well, if we get those executive briefings in a timely manner, then, and it could be on an intermittent basis, then I think that would be very helpful based on what we've heard today.
It is. We'll get there. This isn't anything we haven't dealt with before.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
That's it.
All right. We do not have enough here for a quorum to actually vote on going to executive session. I would, if we can get everybody back in the conference room, we can go ahead and do that. That way we don't have to come back out here. Yeah, we just need 8.
I think Ken might be back there.
If I can just get a quorum,
2.
that way we can go
We
ahead
need
and
2.
go into executive session and then.
No, we need 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 1 member.
Just one.
Well, I mean, if
7,
more
we need
the
8.
merrier.
Yeah.
She's not.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, we need 2.
We need 2. We do
Hey,
need
sorry.
2.
who can't do numbers?
I'm sorry.
She's ex officio.
But she's such at home. She's been a
I
great
know.
man.
Yes, you
Yeah.
have been.
You've done a great job.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I've appreciated your input.
Audits Committee stands adjourned. Do I have a motion at this time to go into executive session for all purposes under the statute? All encompassing.
I so moved.
That is one way to
Do I have a
do it.
second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We will move to executive session
For the purposes of discussion under the statute.
under the statute.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of just selling in Helen's spot.
For the purposes of
You signed a kid's spot.
personnel
I did.
and or legal issue.
All right. I'm signing her.
You know what?
Executive session. right. 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't have a quorum to be able to do that.
Do not touch me.
Bear with us one moment, we're waiting on a quorum.
Okay.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Enough. More coming. Alright, 10. Alright, we are currently in executive session. Do I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Motion.
Alright, second.
Second.
Alright, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Alright. We are gonna move on to the next portion of our committee meetings, and I will turn it over to Chairman Matt Donaldson with budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will begin with item 1.
All right, this is our contract amendment for Georgia Milestones. You guys have already approved this. This is just to allow us to get through to spring testing. The contract amendment amount is $4,013,696, bringing the total contract amount to $23,790,590.
Any questions? Item 2.
All right. Item 2 is a contract with Mckinney Bento Learning, LLC. This contract with Mckinney Bento Learning will provide to all LEA staff at all schools statewide an online Mckinney Bento training interface with an assessment tool that analyzes completion and performance to the content. The total contract amount is not to exceed $440,000.
Any questions?
I just had a question, because I'm a teacher. What is MB Learning?
Oh, I thought it was Bento, am I incorrect? MV Learning?
McKinney Bento.
Is it McKinney Bento, a learning?
Yes, it's
Or is it a program that has been put together by
an outside agency.
an outside agency, not y'all? Okay, but you vetted it.
Yes,
Okay.
well, and Eric McGee, who's our program manager for McKinney Bento, has also vetted, and they worked with this group for quite some time, is my understanding.
Any other questions? Moving on to item 3.
All right, this is our FY 2022 coaching of the special education induction teachers by the Georgia Learning Resource System. The purpose of this grant is to increase the retention of special education teachers by supporting the coaching component of the special education induction support for teachers program. The grant will provide funding for an implementation specialist or coach in each GLRS who would serve as a trainer and coach for the special education induction support for teachers program. The total grant amount is not to exceed $630,000.
Any questions or comments? Moving on to item 4.
This is a grant amendment. $81,508 was reserved from the ARP HC1, HCY2 grant for eligible local education agencies that earn less than $5,000 in the federal formula, and were forming a consortium with other LEAs to support their McKinney Bento homeless children and youth program. There were no eligible LEAs that opted to form a consortium, so the reserve funding will be redistributed to the current grantees. The amendment amount is $81,588, and the total grant amount is not to exceed $15,667,844.
Any questions or comments?
Well, you know me with it. How are we following up on these? Sean, what are y'all doing to follow up on your grants
What
and
do you say to
services?
follow up?
For the services that they're doing, are you coming in and supporting? What kind of support are you doing to follow up with it?
Yeah, so I'll let Eric speak to that if you.
Good afternoon. We are providing ongoing monitoring of all of these districts. We're providing monthly trainings to all of these districts to ensure that they're using their funds appropriately. And any questions are coming back, our staff is there. We've also hired additional staff to just oversee this particular grant funds. So we're doing a myriad of things to make sure that these funds are going to the systems that need them and to the children that need them as well.
So it's supporting academically and through emotional support, social and is it supporting in those ways also?
Yes, indeed. All wraparound services. So
Okay.
wraparound services transportation to the school of origin if they had to go outside of their school zone, of course, academic support as well, but also referral services for those things we can't provide directly. And so a lot of these families might need a referral for homeless services. They might need referral to health and wellness services, so we do referrals as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry seeing Matt, the
Thank
teacher
you,
comes
Ms. Rice.
out in.
You always have a good question. Any other questions or comments? Item 5.
All right, this is just a grant amendment to our big federal 2022 federal formula grant awards. Purpose of this amendment is to revise the Title I Part A allocations for 16 local educational agencies that are pooling their resources to provide equitable services to participating private schools. This is a $0 amendment, and the total grant amount is not to exceed $523,925,011.
Any questions or comments? Moving on to item 6.
This is a grant amendment as well for FY21 Individuals with Disabilities Act, 611 carryover adjustment allocation. The fiscal year 21 federal formula grant awards are being amended due to an IDA grant amendment adjustment. The adjustment amount is $7,500,000, and the total grant amount is not to exceed $345,623,145.
Any questions or comments?
All right, can you just bring us up to date on that IDEA, the stipulations within that now? Because,
What do you mean?
well, with IDEA, there are certain stipulations that you have to hold to.
Yeah,
And has
so-
that changed as, you know, we've been doing this for a while.
Yeah. 2004.
Yeah,
So
2000, what,
they-
1, 4,
2004,
I know,
yeah,
something
so
like that.
So these funds that'll be allocated back out to the districts, they'll have to follow the same allowability for anything related to IDA. So it's not something different that may
Okay.
be done under this would have to follow those same guidelines.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Rice. Any other comments or questions? Item 7.
Item 7 is the amended fiscal year 2022 budget, the Georgia Department of Education budget as defined by AFY 2022 Appropriations Act, House Bill 910, which was signed by Governor Kemp on March 16th, 2022.
Russ, let's have a little conversation on what was added in this budget.
Yeah, there, as you can see, there's numerous additions to the budget. I'll just kind of hit some of the highlights, and if you have any specific questions, I can go through that. One of the things you'll see across the budget is the one I know about is the $5,000 pay raise for full-time benefit eligible employees, both state and federally funded. You've got the $2,000 teacher pay raises portion in there. You've got austerity restorations in QBE and in all of our categorical grants. You've also got some specific facilities funding in ag ed programs. Then you've also got another pretty large one, which is in the pupil transportation. They put funding in for $188 million for buses. I think it's about 1,747, give or take a couple, new buses, and there's about a little over $30 million for safety incentives included in that. I think that's pretty much, I think I've missed any of the high points. There's some formula changes.
Restores all the austerity cuts.
Yes, sir. All austerity has been restored in the amended fiscal year 2022 budget.
Any other questions or comments? Moving on to item 8.
This is our operations grant alternative fuel funding. These are just prior year funds which were originally obligated to Chatham, Muscogee, and Fulton County. These systems have since determined they would not use the funds. So we would like to grant these funds out to the remaining systems. Total grant amount is not to exceed $314,000.
Any comments or questions?
What is this? It says alternative fuels. What does that mean?
Propane.
It's electric, I think it's gasoline, non-diesel.
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 All of them are propane. I believe.
Propane, that's it, I'm sorry, not, yes, propane were the
Yeah.
ones I was trying to
LP.
get to.
But these 3 districts decided not to use their funding there.
Yes, ma'am.
It's interesting.
I wonder if they couldn't Russ, do you know why? Could they not get the propane buses?
Yeah, they, so Fulton returned funding for 2 electric buses. They had purchased 1 electric, the next round they applied for 2 and were awarded those funds and chose not to move forward with that purchase and returned them. Chatham could not get the infrastructure in place. At that time, had transitioned through some different directors. I believe Muskogee had some of those same issues. They've since moved toward propane. This is an incentivized funds to purchase buses that use alternative fuel. It basically covers a difference of a regular bond bus, a diesel bus, and the cost of a propane or CNG or electric. We were given $100,000 per bus for an electric bus to incentivize that.
So when the electric buses weren't bought because they couldn't get infrastructure, is that because they didn't have charging stations, that kind of thing?
That kind of thing. They had purchased 1. Fulton is the only system in our state currently that runs an electric bus.
Yep.
They were working on the infrastructure. Just a decision locally. It was a book mandated by the superintendent signed off to return those.
It got to be more expensive, yeah.
We're just trying to redistribute it to other systems who were not able to get funds during those years that were refused funds because they came to the table a little late. So this fills it up.
Mr. Sweeney, you have a question?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, do the propane fuel buses have lower maintenance costs typically?
It's 5 or 6 years out. It's still, I think that's part of the selling point. Of course, propane's a little less expensive per gallon. You get a little less gas mileage or fuel mileage per gallon you get like 4 or 5 miles per gallon on propane versus 8 or 9 on diesel. They're just weighing those options out. I think the local districts are moving in those directions. It's cleaner burning, it's better on the environment, that type of thing. It's kind of the move in that direction. But we've got a lot of districts across the states that have chosen to move toward propane. So we're excited about that.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions? Item 9.
All right, that was our carryover. This is our FY 2022 grant for alternative fuel funding. The Department of Education was provided $2 million in FY 2022 to distribute to local school systems for the purpose of providing the incentive to purchase school buses that use alternative fuel funds. As I said, the total grant amount is not to exceed $2 million. And
Any questions or comments? Item 10.
Item 10 is our Grant FY 2021 National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistant Grant. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 allocated $1,249,694 to the state of Georgia for grants to SFAs participating in the National School Lunch Program for assistance in purchasing nutrition equipment. This total grant amount is not to exceed $1,249,694.
Any questions or comments?
That was a competitive grant, right? Is that right? Trying to look. Yes,
I believe
okay.
they applied for this one. This one isn't. Is Lynette on here?
Any other questions? All right, moving on to item 11.
All right, this is a grant for the Supply Chain Assistance Grant. The purpose of this grant is to alleviate supply chain disruptions in 2020-22 for the school food authorities participating in the National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program that have been experiencing supply disruptions and associated financial difficulties. This grant will help SFAs deal with the challenges such as unanticipated cancellation of food contracts, reduced availability of certain foods, unexpected substitution of certain products, unpredictable increases in food prices, and other obstacles related to the pricing and or availability. Each SFA was awarded $5,000 and the remaining funds were allocated based on student enrollment. The total grant amount is not to exceed $35,846,160.
Russ, you mentioned on our call this was there were narrow items that they could use these dollars for. Give us some detail on that.
I hope I don't mess up the question. I think it's it is minimally processed foods or something similar to that basically. milk and produce were the examples that I was given, and then I think most of the SFAs will be utilizing and can use these funds towards their milk purchases.
Mr. Swain.
Russ, thank you. You said total enrollment, is it actually total enrollment or is it based on the number of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch?
It's just, with this grant, I guess the food costs were across all districts or SFAs. This was total student enrollment. Each SFA got $5,000, and then the remaining portion was allocated out based on their student enrollment.
Any other questions or comments? Item 12.
All right, item 12 is our grant emergency assistance to non-public schools, Eames. This item is to approve the receipt of Eames ARPA funds from the United States Department of Education. The purpose of this grant is to help non-public schools offset expenditures related to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Its total grant amount is not to exceed $75,408,050.
So Russ, this is to accept the grant. And
Yes.
when do we expect to give the criteria to disperse?
I believe, would we be looking in May, Tiffany, or for the Eames?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When will we plan to bring the item for Eames distribution?
So we,
Eames 2.
got an application and received an application from the private schools and that information, so we accept the grants first to get to process those applications.
How many schools have applied?
Right now, working done, and I've got Sharice, I think we're at some low numbers, I think we're at 10 private schools that have applied so far.
How are we letting them know that these funds are available since they're private schools?
Yes, it's not notices to private schools, so this is the second version of the grant. We did the Eames 1 version. Now they have to have certain poverty percentiles as well as consideration of, I guess, whether they can GDP along as well, so that's why these numbers are.
So, but how were they notified?
Right, we send out notifications.
We sent out,
Yes.
okay, got it.
Any other questions or comments? Item 13.
All right, this is our grant amendment for building opportunities in out-of-school time boost grant awards. The purpose of this grant amendment is to update the grantee list to reflect the appropriate fiscal agents and update the names on some of the grantees. This is a $0 amendment, and this grant has a total amount not to exceed $27,053,298.
Any questions or comments?
I've got a question, and I know on the organizations, it's Georgia State and some powerhouse, Metamorphosis Powerhouse Company and Inspiring Services LLC on behalf of, who is in Inspiring Services LLC? Or? Because they're getting $83,000 approved. And does anybody know what Inspiring Services LLC is? Oh,
Yes, ma'am. So Inspiring Services changed their name on their W-9s and all of their information. They were formerly Inspiring Scholars. So just to make sure that we aligned all of their information with their vendor status. So it's just an update to their name.
so what did Inspiring Scholars do?
Well, it was the same company. They just updated their name.
I know, but what are they offering? The
Oh, I'm sorry,
organization?
after-school programming. So it's after-school programming and summer enrichment for students.
Where are they located?
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure, without having my information in front of me, where they're located, but we can provide that information.
So can you get Ms. Rice and the board that information?
Sure, not a problem.
And also on the organization, the YMCA of Metro, but on behalf of the Georgia State Alliance of YMCA's, was this ever an opportunity for RISAs, those agencies to apply for this because they were after school?
So not necessarily for the boost grants. The boost grants were for any nonprofit organization that offered after-school enrichment or summer enrichment programming.
Okay. And how did y'all get the word out about this?
Well, this is the contract with the Georgia After School Network. So they did all of the RFPs for the agency. and we're just kind of making sure the fiscal piece, which we're still responsible for, and that's essentially what this is.
So the Georgia After School Network puts this together, and you're just getting it out as a message to people. And who selected this group?
So the Georgia After School Network, they essentially opened up the competitive process, screened the applicants, had an application process. It was kind of based on a lot of different factors, number of low economic students that they served, different enrichment opportunities. There are some that offer swimming classes. There are some that offer, cycling classes. So that was just a portion of the American Rescue Plan, where the department, or the agency Godot, was responsible for the 1% to offer after-school programming and summer enrichment, and that's the partnership between the Georgia After School Network. So they're kind of doing, well, not kind of, they are doing the program implementation, but we're still responsible for the fiscal aspect. So we still approve all the budgets, do all of the approvals for their invoice applications, just to make sure that they're using the funds, in an allowable manner.
Okay.
Any other questions? Item 14.
Item 14. This is our contract with Teach for America. Funding for Teach for America was appropriated by the Georgia General Assembly. This contract provides support to increase the number of effective teachers in high-need schools across Metro Atlanta. TFA will recruit, select, place, and support new teachers in high-need schools across Metro Atlanta. The TFA will train teachers in a 5-week institute where participants will develop content knowledge and pedagogy as a part of the preparation for placement and provide ongoing professional development to Corps members throughout the year. The total contract amount is $681,330.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Sweeney.
Russ, I don't know if you're prepared to answer this, but the candidates for the Teach for America, are they graduate students with master's degrees?
I believe they're a content field, but I'll let.
Recent college grad. I'm one of them. So.
I'm voting against it.
Well, good afternoon. So the candidates for TFA, they do have their college degrees, and they typically have not gone through like an educational preparation program, and TFA just ensures that they're going to get certified while serving the children at the same time.
Right, and then what about retention? I mean, I know it's a 2-year commitment.
2-year commitment.
But after that 2-year commitment, what is the placement?
You know what? The way that it worked, and I utilized TFA for 14 years, and I tell you, it's up to them if they want to continue to work in a public school setting after they, get their certification and they complete their service commitment for the 2 years. And the majority of the schools, they get offered the contract. It's just up to whether they decide to accept the contract or if they're going to move on to, and I know we had several that would move on to the law school or med school or, something that they were wanting to do. But we also had many that stayed and continued to be great teachers, and now even principals and leaders across the state.
So in many school districts, the principals oftentimes are involved in the hiring process of teachers for their schools.
Right.
I mean, are they in a position where they, and I know this may vary by district.
Right.
But do the principals, have the authority to say, I know you're putting this candidate in front of me, am I able to select somebody else?
And I worked in 2 districts that did it differently. And I know, and I did do that a couple of times. It says, I don't think this is going to be a good fit. And then they allowed me to come back to the pool and look to see, like the candidates and interview them myself. Now, in the other district, they actually allowed the principals to meet all of the candidates and to have interviewing opportunities with each of the candidates by subject. And we had the opportunity to, go to our human resources director and let them know the candidates that we selected on the spot. So it's just kind of up to the district once TFA has vetted the candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, item 15.
All right, this is a grant amendment for instructional supports and teacher training to address readiness and literacy grant. The purpose of this training is to provide financial resources for multisensory reading training opportunities and resources to support early reading assistance programs for struggling readers and those students with risk factors for dyslexia. This grant is being amended to include 3 LEAs that met the criteria for a grant award. The total grant amendment amount is $388,270, which brings the total grant not to exceed $4,502,338.
Ms. Rice.
No.
She already looked at me. I know
Dr.
she had a
Johnson,
question.
I know, please assure me that, and I know, that,
Bring it back up.
reading, literacy and reading, if we can't read by 3rd grade and if we don't have the tools, and we already know that we're looking at all this data, that scientific data that's putting us back on more specific fundamental reading than literal. We used to do more balance, now we're doing more structural.
Right.
I know that you, and I'm asking, is structured reading, those principles, they're in line, are they in line in some of the work of this? The literacy part, you know, the phonics, the phonological,
absolutely.
vocabulary, spelling, all those things.
I want to tell you.
I just wanted to make sure.
And the thing is, like, I'm coming hot off the road to you today. So I've been inside classrooms for the last 3 or 4 weeks, Amy, like where I've just been classroom after classroom after classroom, and district after district, in rural and urban, mostly going back and forth, and just wanting to see what everything is looking like right now. And I think you're going to be extremely happy with what we're seeing, as well as the monitoring of many of the, the strategies and resources and how they're coming back to the table and looking to see when those components of a strong literacy program are not as being utilized in the level of concentration that's needed, or balanced. That's what I'll say, like balanced. So, and that is the word that was used yesterday in Dooley, actually. Balancing the phonics portion of the strategy with the others. So, I think you're going to be fine on that one. It seems to be all inclusive.
Okay, I go back to when we were in Americus, Georgia.
Oh
And
yeah.
started out with the writing of these very things, and there were several of us that were there. So I felt sure you were gonna have it pretty much structured, but
Yes. It's looking great. I mean, I can tell you that. I mean, great, I know that's a subjective word, but what it does look like is that there's positive attention to closing those gaps within the instructional program with literacy that before, I guess we'll say, all of these financial opportunities and resource opportunities, they just aren't having to pick and choose as quite as much. So really happy with what I have
the
seen.
resources that you're putting down there are gonna give us good outcomes.
That's
for-
That's
for
the
reading.
word. That's the
Yeah,
sense.
and I think the great thing,
Sure, it's fine.
the great thing about this grant is, just like Dr. Johnson was saying, is where we're seeing the gaps is really around teacher pedagogy. And the majority of the funds are being spent specifically on training teachers on the teaching of reading, which is really where the biggest gap is. We're seeing that a lot of the structures and resources and materials are in place, but it's just filling in that gap around teacher pedagogy.
And it's not just PD. I need to say this part because this is where I was extremely happy with what I'm watching on the road. It's not just PD. Like the presenters, and there's coaching that's going back inside the classroom. So you get the information, but someone is coming back with you to make sure that there's proper implementation, and that teacher's getting support around those practices in real time with their students. So that's a lot of what I have seen in the last couple of weeks, and it was so important, isn't it?
Because then it goes from generic to something very customized for the situation.
Yes, exactly.
And the teacher is working to define that. That's great to hear.
Yes, so Yes, so yes, I'm back hot off the road and here with excitement.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Item 16.
All right, this is a contract with Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission to transfer funds to Gsfic for the completion of renovations and modifications of residential cottages at the Georgia Academy for the Blind. These renovations and modifications are necessary to bring the residential cottages up to current Americans with Disability Act requirements. This total contract amount is not to exceed $1,250,000.
I'm sure we'll talk more about this in state schools, Dr. Moore.
Yes.
I visited the school 2 weeks ago, so I'm glad to see this. I think it's needed.
Pushing for this for years.
Yeah. I'm glad to see it.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Item 17.
Yes.
All right, this is a grant expanding opportunities for teachers, Georgia Teacher Academy for Preparation and Pedagogy grant. Purpose of this grant is to provide funding for Georgia teachers enrolled in the approved Georgia TAP programs. These grant funds will provide the opportunity for Georgia public school teachers to complete the Georgia TAP program based on school system and RESA priority needs in order to impact teacher recruitment. Selected school systems, institutes of higher education, and RESAs will use the grant funds to offset tuition, fees, or exam costs. The total grant amount is not to exceed $5 million.
Any comments or questions?
You know, sometime I'd love
Ms. Rice.
for them to come and the RESAs and share with us what they're doing with this. Because, you know, they're actually the boots on the ground in there doing it. And I'd love to hear from them, and I think to let them know that we appreciate what they're doing with it.
Sure thing.
Yeah. I don't have any questions, but.
All right, thank you. We'll try to make that happen, Ms. Rice. Any other comments or questions? Item 18.
All right, this is a grant for expanding opportunities for teachers and leader endorsement grants. The purpose of this grant is to provide funding for Georgia teachers enrolled in teacher and teacher leader endorsement programs. These grant funds will support teacher retention initiatives across the state by providing the opportunity for Georgia teachers to receive teacher or teacher leader endorsements in selected programs. The total grant amount is not to exceed $6,800,000.
Any questions or comments?
Same thing here, maybe the University of Georgia, pick up the university and let a RESA, and let's share and see what we're doing. I'd like to.
hear directly from
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have to say, I love to see this
Yeah.
on the agenda because I did my EDS in teacher leadership, and I think it's part of the future of teacher retention in terms of having teachers involved in the dialogue of what's going on in schools, what's going on in policy, and sometimes teachers just don't have those skills or know how to do that, and I think this is just a wonderful way to support their participation in the process. So I was really happy to see this.
We'll get Chairman Downey on that.
All right. Thank you.
He's made a note. Any questions or comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Swing.
Yeah, Russ, on the detail, can you explain I know that there's a carryover of 14 million plus, and then the 6.8 million is applied against that. Is that how that works?
I'll have that budget sheet in front of me. Oh, you know what Hollis? Here.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can you say the question again, please?
Yeah, so there's a carryover that's showing on the detail here is like 14 million plus. And then it says the proposed amount to be obligated is $6.8 million. But the amount available after the action is 7.2.
Yeah, there would be a different group of grants and we will more as well. It's going to cover that amount.
It's not really carryover. That's our ESSER pot from the 21 grants. It shows up in that column on a budget sheet because we actually were awarded those funds in FY 2021. This is the first time they've been spent though. We're not reallocating a carryover amount.
Okay, understood.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Item 19.
This is a grant for the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund 2, Gear 2. This grant is being provided by the Governor's Office to provide funds to school systems to help them quickly and accurately screen students with dyslexia and deliver tiered intensive support and instruction. This total grant amount is not to exceed $4,695,600, and this is to receive the grant.
Any questions or comments?
Well,
Ms. Rice.
I know, I'm sorry,
No, it's fine.
but it's just not me. I think there's several of us, 4 of us that have been involved with the, helping to, put together with a, collaboration of 20-plus people on this dyslexia rule. And, in seeing this, a couple of questions. Is this in relationship to the pilot program that is out there in our districts that SREB is covering, or is this in relationship to the what was sent out from Gears about the governor doing some kind of sensory, people got money for the sensory level, something, there were 2 different positions there. Can I get an answer from that from Caitlin or Caitlin on here?
It's not, but I'm Caitlin today.
Oh, okay. Hey,
sorry.
That's okay, good to see you.
No, this is different. This comes from a governor initiative. They have different groups apply for the governor. Sorry, I have to read this. The governor emergency education relief funds. And there was a group, a consortium of school districts that applied for this funding to support the implementation of the dyslexia screener that they need to use for the schools. So that's what is coming on. That is what is.
So it's specifically about the screener?
Yes, it's specific about the use of the screener and the teaching of how to interpret the result of that screening to the teachers to help students.
Okay, well, can we talk about a pause or support, or how we're gonna merge this together? Because the rewriting of the rule, what we're doing right now with 20-plus people from our districts, from different organizations, from different dyslexia organizations, groups, Marietta City, we've got tons of people that are working on this. And from that comes a thing about the screener. The screener is one of the most important things that we come up with. And we've been talking, and Jennifer Lundstrom has shown us some screeners that absolutely have all the 5 components. The governor has this in law, this dyslexia law. And in that law said to use structured reading, and in those 5 components were phonics, y'all help me, I'm just phonics, phonemic awareness, spelling, vocabulary, I'm missing one, but what was the other one? Comprehension. So all of those things, well, when you do this screener, there are some screeners that are out there that cover all of those. And maybe and if you start with kindergarten, they don't require all 5 of those scopes of things. It's delegated by how many you'll need. If you have a screener, how many of those different elements.
Is your concern that these funds are different than what you're working on and you want to make sure it gets, how is it going to merge?
Martha, I am concerned that I want us to be on the same table.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
That's
yes.
exactly, that's what I was just trying to understand.
Yes. Well, I was giving a little back history for those that didn't know. I know you know because you've been very aware of what's going on.
No. I just wanted to make, I didn't know where you were going for a minute.
Well, I'm going there.
Okay, good.
That the purpose, the program screen, there's gonna be some recommendations or some thoughts about screeners coming out of this rule. And I just don't want us to get the horse before the cart before the horse.
We're still meeting.
While we're still meeting. We've got a final meeting on March the 31st. And I think there will be some great decisions made in regard, you can't tell a district what screener to buy, but you can certainly give the best top 10, so to speak, or guidelines for them to go by. And I'd hate to see us get out there and start going in different directions with it. So I think it's great that we're gonna have funding for it. I just hope we can stay on the same page and work together.
I think we can probably bring Dr. Bruce from here to how all these things are merging.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. But how quickly are they needing for this to start?
You think these funds need to be used by 2023?
Oh, okay.
And this is, you will have, following this, you are accepting the money right now, but we are also giving the money away to the consortium of districts that apply for this from the governor's and it was granted, that grant, and they will have 2 years to implement the screening and use the funds.
So if they know, and I think Miranda has had conversations with us and, about the meetings and all, so if we all know that we're on the same page, we're okay. Is that fine? Is that a pretty good consensus? Okay.
Very good. All right, item 20.
All right, item 20 is the distribution of the Gear 2 grant funds. The grant will provide participating districts with the fiscal, administrative, and technological support to screen up to 60,000 K-3 students for characteristics of dyslexia. This total grant amount is $4,695,600.
Any questions or comments?
Well, the same thing there. You know, we need to make sure that, is it aligned with the pilot? Or, I don't think so, obviously now, maybe not, but are we, how does this merge and align with what we're doing to try to pull this rule together? Because the DOE is gonna have to come back and take all these suggestions and put those suggestions into a rule. So how is this gonna align with that? I just, again, don't want us to get the cart before the horse, because there are good things coming out, and after all, it was the governor's law. And we're trying to make the suggestions align with the law so that the rule can be effectively owned by DOE and sent out, so.
So, Ms. Rice, what are you suggesting?
This one is also a 2023. It is a 2023. I
It's
think
not like it's going out tomorrow.
No, I think we have to communicate this and have
I
these
agree.
people at the table with us and maybe at this meeting, that's coming up too, so that we'll make sure. Do you have any?
Well, you said your final meeting is March 31st,
Uh-huh.
right? So after maybe our next meeting, we need to make sure these things align after that.
That would be a great suggestion. I wrote this down. How does it merge and align with the current efforts that we're doing? That we can write a rule effectively.
The
So,
concern is that we're working in silos on this.
right.
And if we're about to draft a rule that makes certain recommendations about what kinds of screeners to use, what should be tested at different grade levels, that's gonna impact what this group is trying to do with the screener that they use. So if, I can't make any recommendations whether to hold something off or not, but if this can wait a smidge for us to finish what we're doing at the end of the month, then all of these things can merge together. What they're doing with their screeners can align with what we're talking about screeners, and everyone will be on the same page. Because one of the concerns that we have is if everyone goes out and picks screeners that are different all over the state, then that creates inefficiency of communication about what's happening with students in different districts, if they transfer districts and all that kind of stuff. We're trying to really create a common language and common tools to create efficiencies and
What if we pulled these two out and then brought them back up after they finished their,
Well, I think we need to hear from Dr. Dooley.
pardon me?
We need to hear from Dr. Dooley.
I will try to get you some further information. I
Well-
do think there's additional timeframes for this funding. If I'm not mistaken, we can contact the governor's office, but I do believe they may have 2 years to implement, but we have a very short time window to get
To
these
approve it.
funds. Yeah,
Okay.
get these funds to the districts. So.
I don't want to hold any money from a
No,
district.
okay.
And these applications have already been applied, approved.
Guidance can come
And
soon after.
So can.
Well, maybe like Martha said.
Can
I
we
said we
get,
can't do that. They need to have the approval
Hang on.
on the
No, I
money
heard
now.
that.
Yeah.
hang on,
Right.
let's get Dr. Dooley at the board meeting tomorrow.
Oh, so
We
pull
can get
these for
some
separate vote?
discussion. So
Okay.
we'll pull
Okay.
these for a separate
Okay.
vote.
I don't believe Dr. Dooley will be available,
Discussion.
but
Someone
we
who
will find
can
someone
answer.
else too.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we just have a subject matter expert here to discuss 19 and 20 at the board meeting tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay?
I believe we can.
And we will not put these on the consent agenda.
Okay.
I do not want to hold
I
funds
don't
from a
either.
district
I don't
unless we've got a really good reason to do
I
so.
think Sherry
agree.
summed it up well. We just wanna make sure that we're all on the
Yeah,
same
this
page.
money won't roll out before you.
Right. The money won't go before we get
It's
the
not like
trees.
it's gonna be discouraged immediately.
Right.
But we may lose the window of proving it. That's the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So approve the money.
All right, 21.
This is our grant for advanced placement AP teacher mentoring grant. The AP teacher mentoring grant will provide financial support for districts to design a mentoring program for teachers. Mentoring activities include pairing teachers with a mentor to analyze their instruction and assisting teachers with resources and strategies to strengthen student performance in advanced courses and on the AP exam. The total grant amount is not to exceed $47,712.
Any questions or comments? 22.
This is another Advanced Placement Summer Institute APSI grant to provide the opportunity for non-advanced placement teachers to attend AP Summer Institute training for their subject area. The total grant amount is not to exceed $23,200.
Any questions or comments? 23.
This is a grant for building teacher capacity for accelerated and integrated learning to provide trainings for teachers. RESAs will provide professional learning aimed to build teachers' capacity to develop integrated instructional practices that will result in accelerated student learning. This total grant amount is not to exceed $29,998.
Any questions or comments? 24.
This is a grant with the Summer Bridge Program for rural districts. Purpose of this grant is to support rural school districts' efforts to provide educational opportunities to their students during the summer months. The total grant amount is not to exceed $152,000.
Any questions or comments? 25, 26, and 27 are all pretty much the same thing. Is there somebody here that can speak on those?
Juan Carlos is here.
Do you have any questions?
Well, if you'll go up to the mic, that'd be great.
It's the world.
Just give us a summary of what this program is.
Okay, these programs are to support world language initiatives and dual language immersion initiatives across the state, both in rural systems and in urban systems. And they are designed to do two things. One is to incentivize the creation of new dual language immersion programs, both in rural areas or areas that we don't have one at this point, and also to provide funding for teachers that are already working on either world language initiatives or dual language immersion initiatives to improve their skills to teach these subjects.
Right.
That's
That's
And
a great
is 28
summary.
included in that too?
Yes, sorry,
Okay,
28.
no, I'm just checking.
Thank you, Ms. Zoller. I wanted a summary. I just thought they were all pretty much the same, so I thought we'd get a
I don't know
summary
if
of
you
them.
have any additional questions.
Just
but
tell
that's-
us.
Right. Thank you. All right, Russ, 25.
Yep, as we said, this is the World Language Innovation Grant. This total grant amount is $27,043.
Any questions or comments? 26.
This is our grant for World Languages Startup, Dual Language Immersion, to support the start of 4 new dual language immersion programs in selected school systems. Total grant amount is not to exceed $40,000.
Any questions or comments? 27.
This is our World Languages Sustaining Dual Language Immersion Grant to support existing dual language immersion programs and teachers in Georgia by providing resources to support dual language immersion trainings and education. Total grant amount is not to exceed $65,000.
Any questions or comments? And 28.
This is our grant for World Languages providing access for rural teachers for new equipment and resources. This grant will provide opportunities for world language teachers to implement sustainable world language education instruction initiatives and increase student access to world language education. Total grant amount is not to exceed $6,995.
Any questions or comments? 29.
This is a grant for the Fine Arts Consumables and Equipment, FACE. The purpose of this grant is to provide funding for the development and implementation of sustainable fine arts education instruction initiatives. Funding will be used to train and develop personnel for resources to support instruction. The fine arts initiatives by grantees will be implemented during the 2022-2023 school year, and the total grant amount is not to exceed $300,000.
Very good. I'm glad to see this. Any questions or comments? 30, 31, and 32 are pretty much the same too. Is there anyone here that can give us a summary of those? Andy's back. Thank you.
You're welcome. These grants are very similar to the World Language Initiative, but they are designed for physical education and health. And they are targeted to teachers to support teachers' work in the classroom. They provide funding for teachers to attend either professional learning, to acquire equipment to support physical education activities, think about weights and things of that nature, and also to extend the resources that we have in some rural districts to support the extension of physical education programs on those systems. So that's basically what I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, great summary. All right, Russ, 30.
All right, number 30 is our physical education project to support the implementation of sustainable physical education instruction initiatives aimed to increase access to quality physical education. Total grant amount is not to exceed $83,837.
Any questions or comments? 31.
This is our physical education project Royal grant to support the implementation of sustainable physical education instruction initiatives to increase access to quality and physical education in rural school systems in Georgia. Total grant amount is not to exceed $34,375.
Any questions or comments? 32.
This is our student fitness education program and equipment grant to support the implementation of sustainable physical education instruction initiatives and acquired necessary equipment to increase access to quality physical education. This total grant amount is not to exceed $89,260.
Any questions or comments? Item 33.
This is our grant for Computer Science Capacity 2. This grant will support the development of teacher capacity in systems that have no offerings of advanced placement computer science principles. This grant will provide funds to support programs aimed at providing computer science endorsements and professional learning to teachers in rural systems and systems with high poverty. This total grant amount is not to exceed $115,000.
Glad to see this one too. Any questions or comments?
Is that going to apply also to the online courses for systems that don't have a computer science teacher, those who may access it?
Carlos?
I'm sorry.
And he's back.
Could you repeat the question? I couldn't hear the whole.
Will this apply to online virtual courses like GAVs for the rural or the counties or districts that do not have computer science?
Yes, the grant is designed to provide professional learning for teachers that are interested in teaching advanced placement computer science principles. So the mechanism of that teaching could be virtual through apps, although in those cases, those teachers would have to go through some kind of training to be able to teach virtually or face-to-face in the classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenmore. Any more questions or comments? 34 are the items 50,000 to 250. Any questions on any of those? There's several of those items. I would like to hear from Dr. Osborne on the cybersecurity conference that's being planned. Is he here?
Yes, he's behind you.
There he is. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Where is yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm interested in your cybersecurity conference or meeting you're having.
All right, so prior to the pandemic, we used to annually in Technology Services provide a data conference. And so with the return more to kind of face-to-face and whatnot, and certainly with some of the projects that we have on task to do with our ESSER money, specifically our modernization initiative, we really felt like it was probably prudent to get the majority of our, not only just our data workers at that conference, but also obviously we're adding on some of the technical components and some of the cybersecurity components to that as well.
I think that's great.
Yes, sir. So
Any questions, Dr. Osborne? I saw that item and I was interested in it, so it's a real need today.
Absolutely, yes, indeed. With the modernization, obviously there's been the technology workforce has not been spared the attrition that we see elsewhere as well too. So really, we felt that getting the majority of them in front of us, really being able to convey new information, obviously the strategies that we're beginning to deploy, connecting them with key people. Really just trying to make sure that we take advantage of the opportunity of getting them together to do just as much as we can to aggressively imbibe them with additional information and knowledge.
Great. Any questions? I just wanted to make sure we saw that.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Thanks so much.
Yes, sir.
All right, we have reviewed items 1 through 34. Are there any objections to moving items 1 through 18 and 21 through 34 to the consent agenda, and moving items 19 and 20 for a separate vote. Any objections? Mr. Chairman, we've exhausted the agenda.
All right, very good, thank you, sir. We will take a brief 5-minute recess, and we will start promptly at 2 o'clock with audits.
Chart.
I will turn the meeting over to Chairman of our charter, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Chairman Downey. We're going to call the District Flexibility and Charter School Committee to order, and we're going to start off with item number 1, Charter School Contract Amendments, Federal Funding, and In-Kind Service Agreement. Ms. Taylor?
So the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, Section 20-2-2068.1C, states that a local Board of Education and local charter school may mutually collaborate and agree upon specific ways for some or all of the charter school's proportionate amount of federal funds to be provided by the local school system through in-kind services, with the terms of such mutual agreement to be included in the charter. The local charter schools in the attached list are seeking to amend their contracts to append their in-kind services agreements. And the in-kind services using federal funds agreement has been approved by both the local charter school governing board and the local boards of education.
Right, does anybody have any comments or questions for Ms. Taylor? Right, hearing none, we'll move on to item number 2, the charter school renewal for the Charles R. Drew Charter School.
The Charles R. Drew Charter School is seeking a renewal of its charter contract. The Atlanta Public Schools Board of Education approved the Charles R. Drew Charter Petition on November 8th, 2021. Drew Charter School serves close to 2,000 students in grades PK through 12 and focuses on STEAM and project-based learning as its essential and innovative features. The Charter Advisory Committee also voted unanimously on February 11th, 2022 to recommend approval of Drew Charter School for a 5-year term. If approved, Drew Charter School's new contract would begin on July 1st, 2022 and expire on June 30th, 2027. I believe we do have Mr. Peter McKnight and Mr. Ron Alston from Drew Charter here to speak.
Does anybody have any questions or comments concerning Charles R. Drew Charter School?
We just had them for a long time and they've been
Yes.
doing very well.
Thank you is what we should say.
Yeah. Through expansion and everything.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter McKnight, and I have the pleasure of serving as the head of school at Charles R. Drew Charter School. With me here today are Ron Alston, our board chair, Dr. Cynthia Kuhlman, our board member and former chair, and Sharice Richardson, our director of strategy. Prior to serving as head of school, I served as the founding principal for the Senior Academy, our high school program, for 6 years. This is my 3rd year as head of school. To the earlier discussion, I was a Teach for America alum. I was a 2002 core member here in Atlanta, so now in my 20th year in education here in Atlanta.
Stay.
11 years at South Atlanta High School, which was my placement site. So. While the pandemic has made my tenure as head of school certainly more challenging than I expected, it's also given me the opportunity to see what our community and our school can really do. As you know, Drew is rooted in a long-standing mission-driven commitment to the holistic Eastlake neighborhood revitalization work and to educating, nurturing, and empowering our students to achieve their full potential. At the same time, more than 20 years since our founding, we are still finding ways to innovate and both individually and in collaboration with educators and schools around the state and the country. The experience of being the City of Atlanta's first charter school and our strong entrepreneurial spirit, I think, are producing amazing results at all levels. Most recently, our Senior Academy was the first high school in the state to earn school-wide STEAM certification, and Drew became the first K-12 school to earn STEAM certification in the state of Georgia. And this achievement reflects years of work internally and collaboration with STEAM professionals and other STEAM educators and a cohort that we helped assemble through generous funding from the Governor's Office of Student Achievement and the Goizueta Foundation. The fact that we chose a whole school model as opposed to a program model for STEAM certification reflects our commitment to equity through removing economic and social barriers so that every single one of our children can achieve their potential. At the end of our last charter term in 2017, after years of planning and building, we culminated with the graduation of our first senior class from our high school. They had an amazing 100% graduation rate, 100% college acceptance rate, and the highest college persistence rate in Atlanta Public Schools.
You got a fan over there?
These results are the result of thoughtful and creative work to build a really innovative college and career readiness program, as well as the flexibility that we're granted as a charter school. Drew's organizational achievements of STEAM certification and post-secondary outcomes are all the result of recognizing, building, and supporting strong teams of students. Not once, but twice, Drew's third-year engineering students have been awarded Lemelson MIT InvenTeam grants to solve real-world problems by inventing a new device or solution. The most recent InvenTeam, one of only 13 in the country, worked to invent a device to record police-civilian interactions in personal automobiles. This team built on the work of the prior InvenTeam, who invented a baby saver device to prevent hot car deaths. Members of that team currently hold provisional patents for their work on that project. We are certainly proud of the academic accomplishments of our students, we believe, but we also believe that those are supported and complemented by the extracurricular experiences as well. To this end, we are incredibly proud of the 2019 Drew boys golf team for winning the state championship, becoming the first all-black golf team to win a state championship in the state of Georgia, and quite possibly in the country.
That's awesome.
This historic achievement is the result of long-standing partnerships with the Eastlake Foundation, First Tee, and the Eastlake Golf Club, who support the school in a wide variety of ways beyond golf. In the end, however, our work comes down to the impact on the lives of individual students and families. Currently, Drew enrolls almost 1,900 students in grades pre-K through 12, with almost 200 students in our early learning partners and hundreds of students on our waiting list. To highlight two, I think of Paris Favors and Bryant Triplett, who spoke on behalf of Drew at Atlanta Public Schools board meeting when they contemplated renewing our charter. Paris is a 5th grader at our elementary academy who's attended Drew since kindergarten. 1 month ago, she earned a gold medal, best in category, best in grade, and best in show at the Atlanta Regional Science Fair for her project on racial bias in artificial intelligence systems. Just 2 weeks ago, she went on to win the grand prize for the very best project in the entire Georgia State Science Fair.
Wow.
Bryant is a senior at the Senior Academy who attended Drew since 7th grade. At the APS board meeting, Bryant spoke to the love and support he and his sister experienced from teachers and staff when his family was in crisis early in his high school career, and the role that played in making it to his senior year and becoming the young man he is today. One day before Paris won the grand prize at the state science fair, Bryant played his last basketball game as a Drew Eagle, where he won the state championship. The success of these students and our relationship with them and their families gives me tremendous pride for the work that we do at Drew Charter School, and great hope for the impact that we will have with our students over the 5 years of our next charter term. On behalf of our students, families, staff, and community, we appreciate your support for our charter renewal. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions or comments? Great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item we have is a charter school renewal petition. This is for Tapestry Public Charter School. Ms. Taylor?
Tapestry Public Charter School is seeking a renewal of its charter contract. The DeKalb County Board of Education approved the Tapestry charter petition on November 8th, 2021. Tapestry seeks to offer an individualized learning environment that is academically engaging, both for neurotypical students and those on the autism spectrum, and to create a positive school culture that empowers all students to take possession of their talents and become creative builders of their own futures. Tapestry serves approximately 266 students in grades 6 through 12 and focuses on interdisciplinary instructional blocks, expeditionary learning, project-based assessments, and holistic student growth as some of its essential and innovative features. The Charter Advisory Committee voted unanimously on March 11th, 2022 to recommend approval of Tapestry Public Charter School for a 5-year term. And we have Mr. Matt Tyson, the Executive Director, and Devin Christopher, Board Chair from Tapestry.
Good afternoon. My name is Devin Christopher. I'm one of the co-founders and board chair for Tapestry Public Charter School. I won't spend a lot of your time, although I did enjoy the fact that there is a visual cue sitting in front of me not to touch the microphone. It provides me with an example of one of the things that we do at Tapestry Public Charter School to make sure that all of our students succeed. In our 8 years of operations, we have graduated 3 classes and approximately 100 students. Our last year was a 100% graduation rate, with approximately half of our students having individualized education plans. For those of you who have been on the State Board of Education for some time, you'll know that many districts traditionally struggle to graduate students with IEPs, and that is something that is very important to Tapestry. Our academics continue to improve and demonstrate success of all of our students. Tapestry is small, but we are mighty, and we hope to replicate not only within the state of Georgia, but without. And with that, we ask that the board approve our 5-year renewal and also add the additional students that were approved by Dekalb County earlier today.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
I'm Dr. Matthew Tyson. I'm the Executive Director of Tapestry Public Charter School. This is my 2nd year as head of school. I was assistant principal 4 years before that. And just seeing, I came in at the end of year 2, and just seeing the growth that we've made as a school with children. My background is entirely special education in Dekalb County, and those children are not served in the way that we can serve them. We get kids from a variety of traumatized backgrounds, whether they were homeschooled, they couldn't make it in a regular school. Everyone had kind of cast them aside. We bring them in, we learn what makes them tick, and we give them the tools that they need to be able to succeed in our middle school, high school environments and afterward. And it's just been a really incredible thing to see with our children, who are so often not thought of, being the forefront of what we do at Tapestry. And we believe very much in what we do, and we just want to continue to serve as many students as we can in this model and give them opportunities that they wouldn't receive otherwise.
How do the students find you or the parents find you?
We do a very targeted outreach program to maintain our balance of 50-50. We go to fairs and schools and churches and our community throughout, and we go to providers and recruit there. So it is interesting that we have successfully been able to recruit and maintain a balance and maintain a pretty significant wait list every year.
And our parents, they do the work for us
That's
after a little bit. So once their kids are happy, they spread the word amongst everyone. So people end up hearing about us, and now we've gone from where we started to having over 300 people on our wait list who want to.
I mean, in these types of schools, you always do have a lot more parent involvement than you do in traditional public schools, and the challenge there is that, you know, you see the kind of results that you get from a charter school because you have so much parent involvement, and it's, you know, we got to figure out a way to replicate that everywhere else, but it's great the job you're doing. I went to Dekalb County Schools, so it's good to see you guys.
What I would say towards that, we did develop a training program using the dissemination grant a couple years ago, and invited districts in to come learn from our model. And while parent involvement certainly is an important and integrated step for a charter school, what's interesting is really the co-teaching model and allowing the students to be themselves. You'll come into our classrooms, you will see chairs that move and stand-up desks, and you'll see alternate individualized learning platforms and ways to demonstrate mastery other than just a piece of paper and a pen. So those things are very much replicable with or without parent involvement.
One more question. So have you been a charter school long enough that you can see how you've had that 100% graduation rate? How have these children done in college? If they've gone to college, how have they done in college?
So none of them have graduated yet. So we've had 3 graduating classes, and we're on our 4th. We have had this last graduating class, I think 60% of our students went to college. Another 10% went to a training program, and others went to the workforce. They're all being quite successful in college, and of our students that did go to college, which is, of our less than 100 graduates, we had $5.5 million in scholarships. So our students are doing well.
And our valedictorian last year, if I can say that real quick, was a blind student with autism who was not served by the county where she was a part of. And she's a brilliant musician, a brilliant academic student, and didn't receive what she needed. And now she's getting that from us and got it and made valedictorian and is doing great afterward. Right. But it's just wonderful to see.
There's a talent to recruiting middle school and high school.
Absolutely.
It's an interesting grade.
A little bit going on at that age range.
Yep.
Anybody have any?
And what is your student enrollment?
It's currently 266. The district approved us to go to 301.
I'm looking at the board item, okay, I see 266.
Yeah, I was just looking, I was just looking at the new charter contract, and it does note 301 in the contract. That's
We received notice from the cabinet.
terrific, that's great news.
Thank you. Any
Thank
other
you for the good work that you're doing. Are there any other questions?
I'd like to come visit.
Please do.
We'd love it.
It's a special place. It really is, and I'm a little bit biased, but it really is a special place. Please come.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 4. That's the charter school renewal for the Museum School of Avondale Estates. Ms. Taylor?
And the Museum School of Avondale Estates is seeking a renewal of its charter contract. The DeKalb County Board of Education approved the Museum School's charter petition for a 3-year renewal term on November 8, 2021. The Museum School serves approximately 588 students in grades kindergarten through 8 and focuses on the Museum School model, in which the school partners with museums to achieve high academic standards by creating inquiry-based and experiential collaborative learning units as part of its essential and innovative features. The Charter Advisory Committee voted unanimously on March 11, 2022 to recommend approval of the Museum School for a 3-year term. And if approved, the Museum School's new contract would begin July 1st, 2022 and expire on June 30th, 2025. And we believe we have Ms. Kelly Swinks, Board Chair, and Catherine Kilball, Executive Director with Museum School.
Hi.
Hi there.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Dr. Kelly Bradley Swinks. I am the chair of the governing board of the Museum School of Avondale Estates. I know Dr. Kilbaugh, our executive director, introduced our school at the last meeting. I want to thank the DOE and the Charter Advisory Committee for getting us on the agenda today. We're also extremely appreciative of the Charter Committee and Chairman Downey for allowing us to share our concerns at the February meeting. Because of that time and space, we've gotten to a new point with the DeKalb County School District. To give you an update, we received notice on March 11th that the DeKalb County has removed our lease as one of the conditions for renewing our charter. I'm going to continue to read my prepared statement and divert from it for a second then. Although this is a step in the right direction, we are still facing only a 3-year term without explanation or metrics to demonstrate why our performance did not merit the standard 5-year renewal awarded to a charter like the museum that has consistently demonstrated proficiency in all areas: academic, operations, and finance. Additionally, we do not have the guidance to determine how we can achieve a 5-year term at our next charter renewal. Although the term is 3 years, we will need to start this charter renewal process again in about a year, which requires a considerable amount of time and effort and engagement on behalf of our executive director, our administrators, and our governing board. The 3-year term thus places additional burdens on our staff and stresses our families who remain uncertain about our status as a DeKalb County charter school. A 5-year charter is the standard, and we strongly believe that we've earned it. And this is where I'm going to divert. I'm a veterinarian by trade. Dr. Kilbaugh picked me up from my clinic at 1 o'clock after I was seeing appointments. And I became aware of the fact that you all have received a letter from the DeKalb County School District. And I read that letter on the way over here. I just want you to understand that we have not received that level of feedback or explanation until this point. We do have responses and are happy to provide more information about all of the items that are listed in that letter, but this is a good example of some of what we face with our current authorizer. We are concerned about the relationship we have with our authorizer. One of our school's core values is cooperation. We feel that learning is best achieved in a cooperative environment. Throughout the last 5 years and throughout our renewal process, we have operated in good faith by seeking guidance and clarification when needed, but have often been met with roadblocks and more questions than answers. We are concerned about the relationship we have with our authorizer should our contract be renewed with DeKalb. Again, we are thankful for the opportunity to share these concerns with you all, and your guidance is greatly appreciated, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
I've got one. Is anyone from DeKalb County here to address the concerns that there may be? Okay. Anything else?
I have a question about authorizers. Okay, and this would be more generic, looking at, we have standards, and maybe this is a question. We have standards, but if we have standards without criteria for, like, communication is a minimum, right? Communication and feedback should be a minimum, right? Where are we with these standards having an evaluation component to that, feedback back to the authorizer about how they're doing, and is there any of that being built, and who would manage such a thing?
Yes, so we approved the standards back in December or so for the authorizers, the local and state authorizers. We are in the process of fleshing out the evaluation metric for the standards, but we've already started the process of providing training to authorizers based on the standards. So you approved back in September, August, $60,000 first, a contract with NACSA for virtual online trainings for each of our authorizers. So there are modules that our authorizers are receiving. Additionally, we've been working with our authorizers every other month on best authorizing practices and collaboration around what they should be doing. So these are steps that are being put in place to help authorizers that technically hadn't been there before, so they are learning, going through the process. But from the authorizer standards that we've gone through together to the evaluation metric, which should come to you all soon, then those will have the details of what are the specific things we're looking at when we're talking about the evaluation, and as we're training the authorizers so that they know what we're looking for specifically as it relates to the standards and what they'll be rated on.
Of course, an authorizer should have a lot of discretion in their process, maybe, but the standards itself, along with this evaluation, should create some reliability, because I'm looking at, just thinking about the 3-year renewal versus the 5-year renewal.
Right.
How do we even know? We can say, well, that's a high performing charter, and these sets of data say they are, but how do you distinguish between why someone would want a 3 or 5 year in their granted that? I think maybe you all are heading in that direction to have that conversation on a state level, so that we're not, that there's some reliability between experiences from our petitioners and our, schools that are coming to get reauthorized.
Yeah.
We have just approved the Drew Charter School, the Tapestry School, and we're about to, in theory, approve the Tift County School for 5-year terms. At any point,
Haven't approved.
we have not, right, no, that's,
They're
let me
on the
back
agenda.
up. Placed on the consent agenda to be approved tomorrow, in theory. My question is, at any point throughout this process, collaboration and open communication that we are supposed to have with our authorizers, did DeKalb County ever indicate why they have chosen to make a counter proposal to the museum school for only 3 years? Because again, my opinion, there is no agreement. That is my opinion. So my question is, has there ever been, prior to us receiving this letter from DeKalb County, ever been anything that has been, because the museum school is saying they had no idea what reasons there were. They were never informed that. Was the Georgia Department of Education ever given a list of reasons other than, well, we just want to give them 3 years?
So there were notes included in the charter petition when submitted from DeKalb and provided after they had approved the petition for 3 years for the museum school. Essentially a high level of what they indicated as sort of reasons for the 3-year renewal had to do with essentially their, many of the items that were included in the letter, high level. So the mean TSI list was a concern for Dekalb. The disciplinary disproportionality was a concern that they outlined as a response to the petition, as well as then the percentage of economically disadvantaged students served.
Okay, I've got a follow-up. The way you answered that's interesting because you said they provided that list after they approved the 3 years. But the request was for 5 years.
But that is a petition
Correct.
that goes to local charter. So the petition goes from the local charter, from the charter school to the local authorizer. It's not obviously a contract per se at that point, it's just a request that you consider our charter renewal.
Correct.
And as the authorizer and as the district with, oversight, then yes, they'd have the ability to say, that instead of, 5 years, we choose a 3-year term.
I'm gonna stop here.
I've got
I can ask
something.
questions
I
all
wanna
day,
ask-
so I'm gonna stop.
Go to
I'll
Helen.
let somebody else do
Go
it.
to Helen and then Ms. Soller.
Okay, well, the Charter Advisory Committee that came in place in 2008, what they do is when a system says that they have come up with an agreement, not come up with agreement, that they have given a charter, then the Charter Advisory Committee comes in and interviews, and I think who with DOE went with them on the interview?
Right, so we had department representatives, is Alan Mueller, Yashana Hill. We also had members from the Charter Advisory Committee as well as external charter experts on the interview committee.
Okay, well, they go and interview, and based on that interview, you're not in there trying to find out why it's not 3 years and 5 years. You're just getting, hey, we've accepted this, we propose a 3-year. They go in the Charter Advisory Committee, and y'all went with them, and they agreed that this museum deserved a charter. That's what it said. They deserve to have a charter. Now, you got some information from that packet, and it has not been shared with us yet, right? From what you got from the interview, you have that information?
Yes.
Okay, I think it would be helpful if we got that to see what that was. Also, the local authority, as Ken mentioned, when did DOE have any concern that there was something going on within the museum with their local charter?
Concern related to their...
what is authorized here, I think, is for at least for you to go in within 5 years and interview, but that's less than 5 years to talk,
Right,
and
so
y'all talk.
we do reviews in the 2nd and 4th years of the contract.
Right.
And if you look at the context of the contract, in terms of the performance, if you look at just purely at performance on the contract, then no, that was not necessarily met. So that's between then the school and the district to determine where do we fall in terms of our charter terms for that contract.
But I think, what I've heard us always say is that with flexibility in charter, in policy, we're there to support those schools. And when you hear that there is something, maybe a hiccup or something, DOE was always there saying, what can we do to merge? When did you hear that there was a hiccup?
The concern that we'd heard at the time was, as I stated at the last meeting, back in May, we heard concerns about the lease. So
when was it? You said.
Yes, we heard concerns, like I said, back in May, about the lease, May of 2021.
Okay.
Was when we were reached out to about the lease, that we talked to, at that point, we got a call or an email, then we reached out to Dekalb about the concerns that, not about the lease, about the contract. We reached out to Dekalb at the time to talk about the renewal, to say, hey, they're saying you're not communicating about the renewal. Can you reach out and communicate with them? What is the issue? Dekalb then had followed up, outlined 4 conversations that they'd had with museum at the time about the renewal. Then they went through the process of a few months later, there were concerns then about the school wanting to go over to the commission, and Dekalb indicated that they didn't have, based on the renewal process, the authority to just state that we can't approve your petition request because the petition request they felt warranted a 3-year renewal. However, that they were having open to discussions with them about their actual renewal.
All right, and I would hope that in the position we have here with DOE, that there was, I'm sorry that it's gone that long, that we could have maybe helped bridge something a little bit quicker, but I know you said you're working on some things now, but I don't know how to go with my next question, because
Why don't you hold on that?
All right, let Martha.
We'll come back to you. Martha?
Okay, so have we ever had this before where a renewal was less than 5 years?
There have been renewals for less than 5 years since probably 2014 or so.
Okay.
Yes.
But not before we knew.
Really a question for you all. At some point in time, when people have a breakup, you know what I mean? They know it's coming. They see it coming. Was there something that precipitated where you started to feel like, was there an incident, was there something that happened that you didn't agree with, that they didn't agree with you, because there's clearly been a breakdown in this relationship. I don't mean to be like all psychological about it, but clearly there's been a breakdown in this relationship. So what precipitated that, if you know? Because you got communication in May that there was issue, right? And it sounds like you guys followed up. You got several things from DeKalb County. All the things have been right. And I'm not talking about DOE here. I'm talking about DeKalb County and the museum school. What do you know? Do you feel like there was a place where things started to go wrong?
Yeah. And I'll let Dr. Kelbaugh speak to this as well. Dating back to our last charter renewal, have not felt very supportive of our authorizer. And I would say this.
Supported by your authorizer.
Okay. And have not felt that it's a cooperative relationship. We want to celebrate our successes and to get help where we may need help in various levels, achievement, governing, whatever, and haven't felt that relationship. And I would say, this, and again, Dr. Kelbaugh can speak to this more directly, but this, it really translates to the day-to-day that our staff have to, the day-to-day that our staff deal with the Dekalb on a day-to-day basis. It is not just this overall level thought or idea that the governing board and the executive director are dealing with. This really relates to, this is impacting our students. And so I can't give you an exact date by which it went south, but it's a feeling that both the staff, the administrators, and the governing board have, unfortunately.
Thank you. You've got something to add?
Yeah, I'll add a couple of quick things. The other big piece to this is in December of 2019, DeKalb County Schools announced a complete different funding structure for all charter schools, which for the museum school, it meant a 22% difference in our budget. So federal funds are withheld differently, and after many attempts, both with board members, staff members, we did collaborate with other DeKalb County charter schools that were experiencing the same budget cuts and did file a suit. So that has obviously impacted relationships significantly. The other piece that I will add is, honestly, over the years, the autonomy of the charter schools has just been chipped at each year. So there are more stringent department service guides and manuals and handbooks, and fewer opportunities to truly act as a charter school in an autonomous way, still with higher accountability, but more flexibility.
Okay,
thank you. Can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
Let's go to Ms. Kennemore, then Mr. Johnson, Mr. Long.
Yeah, I have a question. You said that you go in and you evaluate the schools, 2 years? How many years into it?
We do a review 2 or 4 years.
Were there signs that you saw that were disseminated to all of us to let us know if there was an issue with the school? And if so, when was that done? And my second question is, you said that the new contract is based on proportionality. Exactly what does that mean? Could you define that for me? from the county's perspective that you?
Yes, that their students, they had disproportionate impact on student discipline for African American students was the, I wouldn't say disproportionality for discipline.
Okay, and what about the going in for the 2 years?
Yes, so we do a review, 2-year, 4-year, whether it's in addition to the 5-year charter renewal review, we update those notes. In addition to the annual reports that we provide every year, we provide you with the notes from those 2 and 4-year renewals, or reviews, not renewals.
I don't recall. Could you resend that?
Sure.
To us so that we can have that fresh within our mind as we go forward.
Mr. Johnson.
So, so remind me, when was the school established and how many 5-year renewals have there been in the past?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the museum school is in a unique position. We were approved in 2010 by the original Georgia Charter Schools Commission for a 5-year term. It was our very first year, so May of 2011, when the Supreme Court ruled that commission unconstitutional. So at that point, we went back to Dekalb and said, hey, will you consider us again? They gave us a 1-year waiver so that we could at least continue operations August of 2011. We went through the 5-year process then, so that was a 5-year charter from 2012 to 2017. Went through the 5-year process again in 2017, so another 5-year charter, 2017, 2022.
Okay, so you're established and you've been two 5-year renewals.
Correct.
I'm gonna ask this question. This is a general question to the department or board members. Have we ever not approved a charter school, or have we ever agreed not to approve a charter school for less than 5 years for a reason other than financial or academic concerns, failures? This seems to be somewhat without explanation, I mean. And so I'm wondering, have we seen this before? Have we seen just like, now we're gonna do 3 years instead of 5 years because that's what we wanna do?
Well, I mean, again, I can't speak to whether that's, Dekalb's case here, because obviously they've outlined whatever their reasons are. But
they were invited.
I'm not interrupting. I understand that. I'm not arguing that either. However, I think that I can go back and look at the list for the reasons for, I think you've only ever overturned a denial from a district once during the charter experience, but you've never done the reverse. So.
Yes, Scott, those of us that have been here, I guess.
Mike's turn.
Oh, my 10th.
That was Mike's turn.
Oh,
yeah.
But just to answer your question is, I've followed this very closely. I know Helen has as well, and several others. This is year number 12 for me. I'm either really stubborn or what, I don't know what you came from that, but very few times it has been, because this came up in our last discussion, I think Stacy mentioned it. It would be rare that a school in any rational, thoughtful metrics as successful as museum or the others, Mr. Dunn, that we've looked at today, not be given a 5-year extension I don't know of it happening. The only time we do 3s or 1s are when we have issues on governance, finances, performance, and I would, Laura, put you on the spot right for a second. Does the museum charter school meet your guidelines, your requirements? It does.
So when we look at a transfer petition, and they did simultaneously submit a petition to us when they were applying for renewal Dekalb, just in case, things did not go well in Dekalb. What we do is look at their performance on our comprehensive performance framework, which is the 3 areas you mentioned: academics, operations, and finance. It's impossible for us to necessarily say if the operational piece would meet because they're not they're currently under an LEA. State charter schools operate as LEAs, so they have additional obligations, but to the extent that we can, we look at their track record to say, would they be able to meet our standards? So we were able to vet their financial standards and academic standards, and they do meet those standards. I can't say definitively that they would meet the operational standards, but we look at, are there any concerns from DOE and that type of stuff.
Right, so, thank you, because where I was just really going with this is, we've got our chair of the State Charter School Commission sitting right there. It's not even really a question of is this a successful school. That's, in any reasonable debate, that's not even on the table. So to answer your question, Mr. Downey and Mr. Johnson, the answer is no. That, in my opinion, the reason we're only discussing 3 years is because their authorizer is a bully. Period. In my opinion, as one state board member. And that's really why we're here and having this discussion and not already approved a 5-year contract.
Go to Mr. Long and then Mr. Donaldson.
I need I guess a point of order first. Is this a shareable document out loud? Can we talk about what's in here?
Public document. Yeah, it's public document.
So I got a couple of questions. Number one, during the disproportionate, the one that Lisa asked for, what is the current term? What current term are they referring to here in this document? Like students disproportionately receive suspension consequences during their current term.
Right, I think they mean their current charter term.
This current 5 years that they were in?
Yes, because their new charter term has not gone into effect yet.
And I think the sore thumb for me from the get-go, again, this is the second time on the charter, so y'all deal with me just a little bit here. But it's to me, their performance is not coming into play as much as a piece of real estate, and that bothers me. Has Dekalb come forth with any type of plan for their planning for the future as far as their fiscal properties?
Well,
fiscal?
they removed the lease as a condition of the charter renewal. That was previously a condition of the charter renewal, so that's been removed from the discussion.
But then they added back some language, didn't they?
So they are not just on a 3-year lease from the Forest Hills, correct?
Let me answer that question.
Forest Hills, yes. Is that correct? So I guess if you're using that as a piece of a bargaining piece, I'm looking for the kid students of Georgia with what we serve. We're using a piece of real estate as a bargaining tool. The way I'm looking at it. Am I wrong?
I don't think anybody's questioning that. The Dekalb sent a separate letter to us saying that they had removed the lease as a condition of the charter renewal. So you should have received a copy of that, Mr. Downey. I think it was delivered to everybody. Yeah.
I've got extra copies.
Correcting some things and asking for insurance requirements and whatnot. It to me still references back. It's a lease is an issue.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just telling you what they've done, what they've said a separate letter that was received before that indicating that the Dekalb school district was removing the lease as a criteria for the approval of the charter. So they're separate. You have a lease matter, then you have the approval of the charter matter.
Just for clarification, does it not circle back to they only want to give a 3-year lease on the property?
I don't know that.
Did we ever get an answer from them why 3 instead of 5? This.
We get a letter at
I mean, but
11:30 on the day of the.
and they've been invited to come, and we get this, and I look at this data again, and as Mike said, the points that we generally go by, academic performance and all this.
Mike, I'm not trying to avoid your question. It's just I'm not privy to all of the information that you're asking about.
I would love to know if they have a physical plan for the building past 3 years. It would be interesting to see that.
All right, Mr. Donaldson.
Yeah, then I've got one. No, you go right ahead.
I'm sure yours is better than mine.
No, you go right ahead.
First of all, I'm very sorry there's a breakdown. It's unfortunate, so didn't mean anything to you, but I'm sorry. Taylor, I'm gonna put you on the spot. You've been put on the spot a lot today, so this is my turn. Let's get down to what our role is here for the State Board of Education. This is a locally approved charter. It's been approved locally. It went to the State Charters Commission. they approved it. What is our role here?
So the State Charter School Commission hasn't approved
Charter
it.
Advisory Committee.
The Charter Advisory Committee has supplied a recommendation for approval. Again, essentially, technically your role is to approve the, recommendation or approval of the local Board of Education and, make your determination based on the recommendation of the Charter Advisory Committee.
So we get to say yes or no. That's essentially what our role is.
Well, I mean, again, I think
not
that's a question for your attorney.
Not exactly.
That's a question for your attorney. What I will say is, this
Our
board
attorney.
has, not your attorney. The board has, that matters.
All these lawyers.
Your board is, the board has, in previous years, I think, provided some, whether guidance or context to, local charters. So there's definitely precedent there. That is the state board's decision. Again, you'd have to talk to Stacy about what the actual, options are there, but that's.
Thank you, Tiffany, for the answer that's not really an
Yeah.
answer.
It's legal, what do you expect?
Yeah, just,
Thank you.
we're gonna turn to Mr. Jarna.
CAC is.
Okay. First of all, Mr. Royal's characterization of the authorizers are his own. I don't share those, but I think we all have concerns. But I also have concerns that we don't make things worse for the museum school while we're trying to make them better. And since we have Ms. Super Drake on the line, I'll give you a chance to unmute, Stacy. The law is pretty clear on our role in this process, is it not?
So yes, I do think the law is pretty clear on this issue. However, I also have to give a caveat like Tiffany. Technically, your attorney is with the Attorney General's office, right? So really it should be a representative from the Attorney General's office giving you this advice instead of me. But in my opinion, I do think that the law is pretty clear.
And would you mind stating, you can summarize it if you like, but my understanding of the law is if we get a petition that's been approved by a local board, we shall approve it. Is that correct?
No.
Is the language in 20-2-2064.1. And it says in subsection B, right, the State Board of Education shall approve the charter of a charter petitioner if the petition has been approved by the local board of local school system in which the proposed charter school will be located, and the state board finds, after receiving input from the Charter Advisory Committee, that the petition complies with the rules, regulations, policies, and procedures promulgated in accordance with Code Section 20-2-2063, which would be basically our State Board of Education rules related to charter, and the provisions of this title, and is in the public interest.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Ms. Taylor, lease agreements are not technically a part of the contract. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So when we're approving a contract, we're not approving a lease agreement. I understand that there's a lease agreement that's very much at the center of this conversation, and I'd like some head nodding so I'm make sure I'm not heading off down the road. Okay, thank you. I want to, and I'm not advocating for either party here. I just want to make sure that, although I'm very empathetic with the concerns of the museum school, I also know that these decisions typically do not happen in a vacuum. And Mike, your question about what's the larger facilities plan at Dekalb, I can't speculate on this. I wouldn't want anybody else to speculate on this, but these things don't happen in a vacuum, and it is a building that is located, that is owned by the Dekalb School Board, or the school system. I just want to make sure that not straying from our responsibility, even though we may not feel great about it. But I'm most concerned about us making things worse for the museum school instead of making it better. And I don't know whether I'm right on that or not. But right now, it seems to me that we have a very narrow road to travel down here in terms of our responsibility as a board. And I think we've all come to the conclusion, I know I have, that there are some big gaps in this entire approval process that don't benefit anybody. They don't benefit local boards. I don't think they really benefit the state charter commission schools. And I know they don't benefit petitioners in every case. And we've had to live through that, and maybe it's time for us to get with our legislators and take a comprehensive look at that as we move forward. None of that's going to happen today. I am aware, though, that today's March 23rd, and you needed to say everybody needs a decision on this because we don't meet in April, and if we kick this to May, we're putting a lot of students, parents, teachers, staff, administrators, boards, and everybody else in more limbo. So I'm making those comments. Everybody, and when it's time to vote, I think it's pretty clear to me that this will not be added to the consent agenda. But when you'll have a chance to vote your conscience tomorrow. But I'm certainly aware that we don't have all the information that we would like to have to make us comfortable with the decision. But I think that we have enough information, particularly statutory language, that indicates what our latitude is on this decision and whether we like it or not. And I am not an attorney. I think we have to be careful about what we choose to do here, and that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you, Dr. Mr. Jordan.
That was my question.
Hang on a second, I'm gonna turn to Frank.
My thoughts line up with Dr. Jarnett's. From a local board member's perspective, to me, this screams an issue of local control. I don't like the circumstances. There are, I understand, avenues where you find another authorizer. But given what Dr. DeJarnett has just described, and thinking along the lines of a school board member at the local level, I think our actions are pretty well lined out as to what we need to do, even though they don't feel good.
Mr. Johnson?
So just one question. You haven't accepted, am I correct, the CAB's offer?
We haven't signed that.
You haven't signed that? Okay. So if we approve this is just contingent. Apparently, that's all we could approve, because you haven't signed anything that we can.
Our board still needs to make the decision whether or not to sign it.
Right.
There are three.
Am I correct? I mean, this approval by the board would be contingent upon what you all do.
The action item is.
That's not the action item.
Okay.
Ms. Rice.
Well, actually, there are three legs to this stool, and the state board is one of them. And maybe, I know Mark Whitlock is chair of the advisory committee, but in all of our dealings over the years, as Mike for 12 years, they're not the last authority. They are an advisory. They present to the board what they got and said, based on their findings or their recommendation, that Dekalb said 3 years, yes, they deserve to get a charter. But the state board can have a last say in that. We are the third leg of the author. We signed that petition. So it's not like we're just floating over here. We do have some authority. And so I happen to agree with Scott on this, that, they haven't agreed to 3 years. We've asked why 3 over 5. We can't get an answer other than this today. We're talking about kids in the state of Georgia, and we can't get an answer why 3 years over 5, and we're looking at a charter school that has done their due diligence, and their scores are great. They lead the state. They're above the state average, or with it. And the county. So something doesn't smell right in Denmark. And I don't wanna punish kids because of adult issues. You know, education is not about adult issues, it really should be about kids. But this is just not, the state board does have some authority. We are the third leg. And I've signed those charters, and you've signed those charters, and you're gonna sign those charters, and you've signed those charters, and you see, and you sign those charters. You understand that we do have some skin in this game. And I think Mark would probably tell us, they're an advisory. They don't make the, we can, if we choose not to, we can do something else with what he said. He's just saying, Dekalb sent me, 3 years. My responsibility is that if I hear from a district that they've accepted a charter, then I go down and do the interview process. And I'd like to see, Tiffany, can you send us what the interview came down from the interview process? We can get that to the board today, what you have.
Yes.
Okay, and so there are a lot of hanging things just hanging out there that we don't have enough information.
The only thing I wanted to say was, I'd like for this item to be pulled.
Yeah.
For a separate vote, yeah.
And maybe re-invite Dekalb, and maybe should we ask Mark Whitlock if he could come?
All right, first of all, just a couple of things here. Number one, Helen, you're absolutely right. When it comes down to these contracts, it is a three-party agreement. We're not at the table negotiating that term. And I'm just looking at the expressions of this board when you look at financial performance, when you look at academic performance, and you take everything into consideration. And again, I'm just suggesting that I think everybody here would be in favor of a 5-year renewal.
Yes.
All right. But what we have before us is a decision on a 3-year renewal. I don't believe that's going to change between today and tomorrow. Okay, so I mean, we have an option to either approve or deny this 3-year application. And to your point, you have not determined whether or not you're going to accept that. And so what we'll have is an opportunity tomorrow to vote on this. You each received a letter that we received today. I recommend dissecting that, discussing this further. If you have any additional questions before we take this up as an agenda item tomorrow, to get those to staff so that they can be prepared to share information when we have our discussion tomorrow. I also want to address another item too, and Helen, you hit the nail on the head. We're looking out for the best interest of students, regardless of who the petitioner is, regardless of who the authorizer is. And that's a very, very important thing to know, because we are a party to this agreement. And what we are looking to do is make the best decision based on all, and I do mean all, of the information that is available to us that we can dissect before we move forward. So without further ado, we'll move on from this topic, but it will be an item for discussion for tomorrow's agenda. We really appreciate you, all the performance that your school is doing and what you're doing for the community. And this will be an item for discussion tomorrow. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 5, charter system renewal for Tift County Schools.
Tift County Schools seeks a renewal of its charter system contract. The Tift County Board of Education approved Tift County Schools charter system renewal petition on November 11, 2021. Tift County Schools' mission is to relentlessly pursue a culture of excellence. Tift County Schools utilizes their flexibility to implement alternative grouping and instructional strategies, along with flexible scheduling, in order to help students address and close learning gaps, reconfigure school structures to foster longer and more productive relationships with students, parents, and faculty, providing competency and project-based curriculum that flexibly paces, emphasizes 21st century skills, and accommodates students' individual needs. The Charter Advisory Committee voted unanimously on March 11, 2022, to recommend approval of Tift County Schools for a 5-year charter system renewal. If approved, Tift County's new contract would begin July 1st, 2022, and expire on June 30th, 2027.
Any questions for Ms. Taylor?
This is 5 years, correct?
This is correct.
We have guests from Tift here.
There's the assistant superintendent online.
Can we hear
Mr.
you?
Mickey Weldon.
He's muted. Hey, Adam.
Mickey, yeah, we can't hear you just yet.
I will say I'm not Mickey. I'm Adam Hathaway. I am the superintendent. I had some interviews going on, so I didn't know if I was going to make it, but was able to get done. So we sent Mickey Weldon as tribute.
Things didn't turn out so well for some people in tribute.
Yeah.
Hey, we're looking for 5 years. I just caught the tail end of that, but 5 years, that's what we're looking for.
It's probably best you just got the tail end, Adam. Hope you're doing well in Tift.
We are. We're doing really well. Hope you guys are as well.
Yes, sir.
All right, does anybody have any questions for our friends from Tift County?
Rock on, boys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number, safe, put down into consent. All right. Moving on to item number 6, state charter school renewals. This is State Charter Schools Commission Schools. Turn this over to Ms. Taylor.
So the official Code of Georgia annotated, section 20-2-2083, states that the State Board of Education shall review and may overrule the approval or renewal of a state charter school by the State Charter Schools Commission within 60 days of such a decision by the Commission upon a majority vote of the members of the State Board. On February 23, 2022, the State Charter Schools Commission voted to grant charter contracts to the following schools: Brookhaven Innovation Academy, a K-8 school statewide for 5 years; Georgia Connections Academy, a grades K-12 charter school for 5 years, statewide attendance zone; Statesboro STEAM Academy, a K-12 charter school for 5 years in Bullock County, attendance zone; Ivy Preparatory Academy at Kirkwood, a grades K through 8 charter school for 3 years, serving an attendance zone for APS, Clayton, Dekalb, and clusters of Fulton County; Southwest Georgia STEM Charter, a grades K-12 charter school for 3 years with a statewide attendance zone; and Cirrus Academy Charter, a grades K-8 charter school for 2 years with a statewide attendance zone. And the Executive Director of the State Charter Schools Commission, Ms. Lauren Holcomb, is here to speak.
Any questions?
Or answer any questions.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything to say. I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all have. I'll just stay here and
Does anybody have any questions at all?
I will say one comment, since there's been some discussion about terms. We do recommend sometimes abbreviated charter terms. So I don't want y'all to, be caught off guard by that. You've heard Dr. Taylor reference those, and it's based on a school's track record. So there's, in our comprehensive performance framework, which is our accountability tool that measures academic, operational, and financial performance of a school. If a school has met certain standards over the term, they're eligible for a 5-year term. If they've failed to meet those standards, they're eligible for a 3-year term. There's one school in here that failed to meet expectations rather than non-renew them, which was a point of discussion. Because they had made some progress, our board decided to give them a 2-year renewal with a corrective action plan. So if they don't make progress over the next year, they will be non-renewed in for their next term.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, before we wrap up, I want to just let everybody know, and I'm sure many of you have also had similar conversations, but with our legislators, I have shared with them the importance of finding a legislative fix for something, let's say, for example, like with lease disputes. It's not an easy thing to address. For example, imagine a school that is operating, and I'm not suggesting anybody's doing this, but imagine a school, for example, that has some aspects of financial impropriety or other issues in which matter, a charter may be terminated, okay? But aligning the charter approval with the term of lease seems to make a lot of sense. And currently, we're not linking those two items, and it is a matter of suggestion that we have made to certain members of the General Assembly and for future consideration. I just want to make sure that everybody was aware of that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. In fact, one of the thoughts behind forming the new legislative liaison committee was that some of the, for lack of a better word, loopholes that are in the Charter Schools Act, which we're finding more and more now as charter schools come into existence and last longer and are up for renewals. There are lease agreements with local education agencies that we're starting to see those loopholes and having to deal with them. And so I think it's important that we continue to communicate with our legislators. Obviously, as Mr. Royal likes to say, the cakes are baked for this year, but we certainly can get out in front of something for the next legislative session and maybe try to correct some of these loopholes. Doesn't really answer any of the questions today, and we're faced with a lot of difficult decisions that we have to make as a board, which that's where the rubber meets the road. You could say it's unfair that we're saddled with it. There should have been legislative fixes. Sometimes legislation is not written necessarily with the best of intentions, it's just written. And I think that's what we're finding, so. Is there any further business with your committee, Mr. Sweeney?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We'll submit the following items tomorrow. Items for the committee's consideration, items 1, 2, and 3, 5, and 6 would be for consent agenda. Item number 4 would be for discussion.
Very well, thank you, sir. That concludes the Charter Committee. We'll move right on to State Schools Committee, and I will turn it over to Ms. Kenmore.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lisa. Make sure everybody was with us.
Yeah, everybody's with us. Call Dr. Moore. And we will start with the agenda items for state schools.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to do a couple of things today to accomplish. One is going over our ELA board item. We're going to hold on that till the end. The first thing, I will have Jerry email you all the dates and times for our graduation, so you'll have that, and just reach out to me personally if you can attend. I want to yield a little bit of time to Mayor Donaldson. He just recently visited the Georgia School for the Deaf and the Georgia Academy for the Blind. So Mr. Donaldson, if you want to tell the rest of the board and us about your visit at the schools.
Sure. Twin City's a long way from Cave Springs. Since I was appointed, I've really been interested in our state schools. My goal to see all 3 of them in a year. That didn't happen. It took a year and 3 months. So I missed my goal a little bit, but I have been just so impressed with our state schools and some of the innovation with educating those. Our kids. Those are our kids. All of Georgia's kids are ours, but those are particularly ours because we are their local board. And I'm really happy to see the construction item for our school in Macon. I saw the dorms and they need some need some TLC, so I'm really happy to see it. But I've just been really impressed. So thank you for what you do and all of our local superintendents at our state schools. And I think we have a visitor from Cave Spring.
We do, yes, sir. He's coming up next. Based upon your visit there and your recommendation, I worked with Ms. Kenmore. We have our State Schools Teacher of the Year, Mr. Lauren Frick, who's joining us today. He's going to give a presentation to you all. He's one of our wonderful mathematics teachers, and so his PowerPoint is going to be queued up. And I'm going to be sitting over here and time him a little bit and keep him on track. And then we'll close out the rest of the session by talking about our ELA curriculum. So I'm going to ask Lauren to come on up and ask the interpreters to move however best works for him. It's 25.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to come here and present to you today. So I'm going to go ahead and start. And of course, I'm the high school math teacher for Georgia School for the Deaf. This is my 14th year teaching. I'm going to talk about 2 specific areas about why Georgia School for the Deaf is important. And I'm going to go over some instructional methods. I'm gonna be watching the interpreter because I do sign fast to make sure she can keep up with me and stay on track. If you don't understand something, please let me know. One of the reasons that Georgia School for the Deaf is important, well, there are many, but is direct communication from the teachers to the students. We can regulate our pacing, because you know, a student they can hear can listen while they're taking notes, but that's going to be a different case for deaf students. So in a mainstream school, in a public school, that's always an issue for deaf students because they have to take their own notes. So they're going to have to watch and then take notes, which is a challenge. So deaf students, they have their friends there for supporting each other, and they're able to communicate with each other. In the public schools, frequently that's not the case. The deaf students are going to be able to understand each other's struggles. And a lot of deaf students have the same family issues, so they can express those frustrations to each other. And the deaf students know that they do have a, quote, disability. We will call it a disability, I guess, but it's equity. Everyone at the school, we focus on their abilities. So it doesn't matter the cognition level, that's just irrelevant there at the school. Another benefit there at Georgia School for the Deaf is we have small classroom settings. The classroom projects are wonderful because the students can work together to accomplish the projects. And there's a rich history about deaf children and deaf education. The environment is going to be modified so everyone can be seated in a circle, so there can be eye contact. We can see each other signing to each other rather than sitting behind a desk in a row. And we are a family. It's a family environment. We have a lot of deaf role models in the classroom. Myself as a deaf instructor. We have deaf counselors. We have CODAs, which is children of a deaf adult. Asking if the interpreter's a CODA, and I'm not. Most interpreters are. And then that's an SODA, SODA, which means a sibling of a deaf adult. And then we have our RA is a sibling of a deaf adult. And a lot of our instructors have deaf spouses as well. We have the deaf mind, the deaf thought world that we share. And the classroom is not just there with an interpreter. We also incorporate gestures to help explain concepts. The way that we ask questions is a little bit different, and I'm going to go into that just a little bit later. And as you can see, there are a lot of different ways that we can provide instruction. We use instructional videos. That's one of our favorites. I can show you one in a bit. Is there a way that I could click on the computer to actually show a video? It's embedded in there. What we'd like to do is select click on the video link there on that first one.
There we go.
And it's just a quick 2 minutes. We're just going to show it for 2 minutes. Okay, well, we'll just leave it for a second. I think I'm going to show you a different video. Sorry for that. Some of you are probably familiar with thinking maps. That's very, very helpful in our instruction process. And in teaching fractions. It doesn't matter, deaf or hearing. People struggle with fractions. And in the first video, I was showing how to do subtraction from whole numbers of 1. So you have 1, you want to subtract 1/4. And then you could say the denominator is going to be the number 4. So if you have 1, and then you have the 4, and I'd be able to show it visually on my hands, subtract, and then there's the 3. What's left? 3. There's 3 left. So it's 3/4. So the kids can see it, And then they can visualize what that is, subtraction entails. If you have 1 and you subtract 1/8, you can change that to 8. So then you can see, take away 1 is 7, and you have 7/8. It's okay about the video. I'm flexible. The next one is going to be on a different numerator. Suppose you have 1 minus 5/8. So again, you can show it visually there, 5 minus 1, and then you have left 3/8. So you have to build from the bottom foundation and build on that going up. The students are going to love this, and you don't have to teach it over and over again because it's already there in the video. It's already there. If they don't get it, they can go back and watch the video again. I wish you could see the video, but it's okay. The first video is where I started the whole thing. This is how it all began. It's the story of the deaf tree. And they wanted to cut down the tree. And then instead of yelling, timber, the tree's deaf. So you have to spell it, Timber, with your fingers, with your hands. And how's that related to math? The students were arguing that the tree was going to hit the building. So we had to use ratios to figure out if the tree was actually going to impact the building when they cut it down or not. So they used a person's height and the shadows. And then they measured the tree and the tree's shadow. And then they made the ratio, and then they measured the building. And yes, they determined that the tree would hit the building. So Steve Spangler, he's a scientist. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but I submitted this video to him, and we won a $1,000 grant for our classroom. The other 2 videos are the students made themselves. One of them is called Monster Slime, and this was during the Halloween time, so I won't elaborate on that one. So I'm teaching high school math this year. And honestly, I wasn't sure how to use the calculator to teach that about what the numbers meant. I Googled it, I tried to figure it out on my own, and so I actually used a glass board. And I wrote on the glass board and videoed myself through the glass and then on the computer. And then I flipped it so you can actually see what I'm writing through the glass. And basically, it's about when you have a circle, and then you have the cosine, which is going to be your x-axis. And then you have the sine, which will be the y-axis. And then you have the radius, which is 1. So we drew an arc to show that the radius was continually 1. And as we drew the arc, we would add a leg. And so as it dropped down, you could see the difference in the sine and the cosine. And you can see, as it changed, you could see the difference visually in the cosine and the sine. So as it got smaller, then you could see it was the full radius of 1, which would be the cosine of 0 is 1, because it was completely open, and there was not a sine. It was 0. And then as you moved the arc 10 degrees, 40 degrees, all the way up to 90 degrees, you could see that the cosine became shorter and shorter and shorter. And then until the sine becomes 1 and the cosine is 0. And that's actually all that it means. So all of those numbers, we transferred them into something visual. And that was during the state school observation time. So videos aside, the number one thing to do when you're instructing a classroom of deaf kids, You have to study and analyze the math problems. And then I have to ask myself, are they going to understand this? And if it's too complicated, if it's too complex, you have to add something concrete, add a concrete example and build on that. And then you may have to change the problems. You have to modify it to avoid any confusion. For example, as you can see, what problem do you see with the example on the left? What do you think? It's okay. Stacy said, I think the numbers all look the same. And that is an issue. The base and the exponents are the same. So the next example, 4 to the third power, means, oh, it's 4 threes. I get it, 3 threes, but it's not actually what you're trying to do. So that's not a good example. So suppose you have 5 to the third power. The point is you have to have it visual. And this is my example. You have 3 squared. So what do you see in the word squared? You think of a square. You think of the area. 3 times 3 is 9. 3 squared is 9. And this is with the square root. Root, when you think root, you think a tree and a tree roots. So you have a square, you have the length, you have the width, and then you have the factors. 3 times 2 is 9. 3 times 3 is 9, excuse me. So they're the opposite of each other, square root. We love the thinking map, the tree, and the bridge maps. This is a bridge map. And of course, I won't show the students exactly like this. We have to start the process. And we start with 3 squared, which means 3 times 3 is 9. Then we build on that, the square root of 9. And if you notice, I added the red number 2. And there's a reason for that. So when you factor 9, you have 3 times 3. So you have 2 of those numbers. So you take it out, and the answer is 3. So you have that square on the top, which is talking about the area. And at the bottom is talking about the sides. And then you keep working and work through the problem, and the students really pick this up fast. The upper left corner, of course, is going to be the new vocabulary. And then the bottom is going to be a sentence, which helps them to compare. This is the same as this, or this is the opposite of this, that type of sentence. So the same thing with cubic. You have 4 to the third cubed. And again, it's the same concept with the cubic root. And another bridge map here. And of course, this is what we do at the beginning. When you start the new concept, and you're talking about square roots, this is how you begin. And then you move on with the lesson. This is an example so you can see the square root of 40. Suppose that's your first problem. And then you factor them together, 4 and 10. And then you factor it again, and you have 2 and 2. And then you factor 5 and 2 for 10. So you have 3 2's, take them out, and then you still have the 5 left. And often teachers don't really cross out the other numbers, like the 4 and the 10. The students get really confused because they think that they're still there. But I want to X them out visually once they're factored. So 2 to the third power square root of 5, what does that mean to you? Are there any ideas? You have to start with something concrete first. And like I already showed you before in the picture. Yeah, the third square root of 27. You factor it, 3 and 9. You can't factor 3 anymore, so you leave it. And then with the 9, you factor that further down. So you have 3 3s. So you see there's too many 3s, which might be confusing. So you take it out, and then you have the answer of 3. It just means that that's the length of the side of the cube. The next one is the third cube root, the cube root of 64. It's the same process. The side length is 4. And now, that's when you can show them the third square root of 40. But still, that doesn't make sense. The side length is 2 to the third square root of 5. Well, still, that they don't get the connection between the 3 and the 4. So if you use the calculator and you convert it, the cube root of 5, that's 3.42. That's just the length of the side, 3.42, which is between the cube root of 3 and 27. The cube root of 64. It's in between there. So now we'll want them to see it the other way around and find the values of this cube with the length of 3.42, which should be 40. It's the same thing. Are there any questions so far? No. So you're building on their background knowledge. Use manipulatives, which I've already explained. So, 13 subtracting 10 is going to be 3. So when you think 3, the difference between 13 and 10 is 3. 11, 12, 13. That's 3. So now 13 subtracting 9, and how many of you see the kids using their fingers trying to count? They don't have to do that. That means they don't grasp the concept. So when you're thinking 13 minus 10, you have 3 units between them. So 13 minus 9 is just 1 unit smaller, which means 1 more unit in between. 3 plus 1 is 4. 13 minus 9 is going to be 4. 15 minus 9 is going to be 6. 14 minus 9 is what? 5. Yay, 5. So the other thing we use is highlighters. We use color coding. Some students really struggle with tracking the function of x and blah, blah, blah. So we change it to the function of 10, and the students get confused. But when they see the color blue, they know that all of the x's are going to be changed to the color blue, and then they can solve for that. Same with the highlighter, 21 plus 37. The students are going to write vertically, or when they see it, the yellow, then they know that the yellow is 10s and the greener ones. I've had 2 students recently who really struggled with this. We know 5x minus 2x is going to be 3x. But the students say 5x plus 2x because they're looking at the positive sign on the right side. And it gets them confused. So we use little boxes. And the students are able to add and subtract. So I'm not going to punish them just because they get confused with the signs. They know how to do it. They just get confused with what's what. So with manipulatives, I brought a few visual aids here. These are for the elementary kids and they love this. So when you subtract or borrow, that's the question. For example, you have 51 minus 26. 1 plus 6 is 1, 6 minus 1 is 5. So then they think the answer is going to be 5. So what I do is I was trying to think of a way to help them to visualize it, and I made these ice cream cones they wore around their necks like a necklace. And if the number's small at the top or larger at the bottom, what happens? The ice cream is upside down, you're gonna lose your ice cream. So you have to borrow. So we flip it around. If the number's bigger at the top, you're in good shape. And I've had some students that actually would look back at their necklace before they would go ahead and complete the problem, and then they were really proud to wear it. I don't know if anyone knows the answer. You know the answer?
See?
So the students get really confused because it's not in the right order. So we did this. I wrote it on this. So when you flip it around, you can see that the 32 is less than 45. So it helps the students actually to visually see both ways. So you recognize this traffic cone. Some students think like 8/5. They think that's simplified. There's nothing, I'm done with it. But no, the number's too big. So I tried the same concept of the traffic cone. If it's bigger on top, it's going to fall over, it's not going to work. And it helps the students to just understand that they're not completely done with solving the problem. I presented in St. Simon's Island for a conference there, and this was one of the popular ones where you try to compare half. For you have to know what is your half. So we start with 2, and what's half of that? You cut that in half, and the kids draw it. They draw the picture. So then you have 4, break that in half, 2/4. And then when you have 3, what do you do? What's half of that? They have to draw a line through their fingers with markers. They actually visually draw a line on their fingers. Same with 5. Through the middle finger. And then when you get to the number 6, you have half like that and you divide it that way. Or 4, which will be 8, 5, which will be 10. So now you compare it with halves. You have half, 1/2, 2/6. So how do you compare them? So if the numerator is 6, where's half of it? Right there. So you can see the number 3, 3/6 is half of 6. So where's 2/6? Right there. It's below the sign, which is less than half, or 2/6 is less than half. 3/4 and 1/2. When you compare them, half of 4 is going to be 2. So when you have 3/4, it's going to be above the middle line, which is greater than half. So 3/4 is more than 1/2. Oh, we just taught this concept last week. So when you're dealing with the central angle, Just pretend this is 45 degrees, which means your radius is going to be 45 degrees here. So if you were to pull it, it becomes an inscribed angle. So what happens to the angle? As you stretch it, it shrinks, and it's half of the radius. So if it was 45 before, it's going to be 22.5 now. Or, so you have the radius is double of the angle. So it doesn't matter where you move the angle on the circle. It's still going to be the same as 0. Still the same angle degrees. So of course questions are really a big challenge. So when you ask a student a question, remember that a lot of our deaf students, they don't have good foundation of English language. So they're not sure what kind of answer that is expected of them. So, for example, I might just give them the wrong answer and say, what kind of thing is this? What is this? And I'll give them the wrong answer and they'll say, no, that's linear. But I don't give the student the answer. I'm just helping them to comprehend what we want to get back from them. So I can say, what kind of this, and give them a choice, whichever, a multiple choice, and the students are going to tell me. And if they still can't answer, then obviously we're going to have to do some more work on it. Sometimes when you ask the student a question, you know they're going to be quiet. They're just going to give you a blank stare, right? Same with parents. You know, so you'll say yes or no. You have to give them a prompt to give them an answer. So thanks for letting me come and present to you today.
That's very good.
One of the things I'm excited that Lauren's done, those of you that have been in the field of education for a while, you've seen thinking maps. It's been around for a long time, but you typically see it with ELA. So it's really kind of cool to see someone in his field take it and adapt it to mathematics. And then you can see how it can be very viable for kids that are deaf or hard of hearing because it is so visually focused. And the same is true when you do thinking maps just for ELA or any of those things. It just makes it very concrete for those kids. So we appreciate Lauren. And what I'll do, when I send you the list of the graduation date and times, I'll embed those links. So you'll be able to go to YouTube and see some of the things that he's doing. If you thought this was great, wait till you actually see it live with his kids. It's phenomenal.
His videos are really impressive.
Yeah, I bet.
He does them all on his own, and they're awesome. I'm sorry y'all didn't get to see them.
And I love math, so I would.
And it's wonderful because it's such a shortage of those folks in that field anyway, and to think that we have this person that's in charge of it working with our kids, we're so lucky to have them. They enjoy being in his classrooms. I think Mayor can tell you that there's just an energy to that classroom, and the kids are eager to learn. So, yes, ma'am.
So I went back to school in 2016,
Uh-huh.
got my master's degree, and took math for the first time since 1975. And so thank you very much. I appreciate how you teach the students.
Did they have manipulatives back then
Oh
for
my
you?
gosh, I wish they had. I think it would have helped me.
But thank you, Lauren. We appreciate you coming today. And if you didn't know, our Teacher of the Year, he'll get $1,000 to use as he wishes in his classroom, and then the runner-ups at our other schools will get $500 that they can use in their classroom. So we're excited to have it, and then we'll have our own internal celebration for the teacher last year and this year because of the pandemic and things. So we appreciate him coming today. So that's kind of a nice segue into our ELA curriculum adoption. You all have the board rule. Thank you all for allowing us to bring that back to you. I appreciate being in the budget committee, the committee of the whole, where you approve those items. I think one of Mrs. Rice's questions was having some higher ed folks look at it, and we did at the National Institute of the Deaf, we did at Valdosta, we did at Georgia State, Tennessee School, University of Tennessee. Yeah, so we've covered our bases with that. So our next piece, if you approve this today, we really are eager to roll out the survey for parents part, because we want to ask the parents, how can we take all of these new resources and make it beneficial for them so they're not waiting until school opens and then they're hit by, oh, you're rolling out an ELA curriculum, we didn't know anything about it. So in the meantime, you can imagine there's lots of ordering of materials. We have a jam-packed pre-planning 4 days at least to get this rolled out. Certainly, board member, you all are invited to come. I'll send you the links to have the ELA curriculum go out. We're excited. I was speaking with colleagues at DJJ and trying to build a relationship with those folks over there. They're not that quietly different from us. They are a span about 200 miles apart. They just have lots more different places. And so I think we can collaborate with them because, again, if we can implement a unified curriculum, there's no reason someone else shouldn't be able to. And so we'll implement that this year. And then the next area we'll focus on is math. And so this has been about a 2-year-long process. So I think with lessons learned, we'll probably be able to cut that down by at least a year. And I do want to say again, Ms. Kennemore, thank you, Ms. Rice, thank you for being on that committee. And we're eager to get this work started and get all this in the hands of teachers.
What kind of response did you get?
They enjoyed it. They really liked that we weren't just taking, a canned thing, if you will, like some systems do, and just implement it. And what we're really good at our schools is taking, say, something, and then we adapt it. But within the 2 years, we went well beyond that. So we did tease out what is better for VI students, but still trying to have some continuity between the grade bands and things like that. So all in all, folks seem to be very excited about it. I know that Dr. Matthews and Dr. Tucci, they've been having focus groups still with people, even up today, and they've got more planned. It's not something that we just stop what we're doing and, hey, participate in pre-planning next year and off to the races. We're going to be busy with them as we keep going. We're going to take the parents' survey feedback, then incorporate that, because that may alter how we do some professional learning at the beginning of next school year. So very positive, Ms. Rice.
Glad to hear that.
Sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Lisa, we're gonna take a picture, so no one leave with Mr. Frick.
Oh, okay.
He says okay. Okay, so Madam Chair, what is the next step? Do you vote or?
We will
Oh,
vote
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Okay, sure.
Any board members have any questions or comments about the curriculum that's coming up for board item for tomorrow?
And I'll tell you what, Ashley, our policy folks, stole her away from us, but she was there during these 2 years, so she was familiar with a lot of this presence going into her school at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf and all the hard work that went into it to bring us to this point. So thank you. Okay.
If we want to move it to the.
Okay. Any other questions for me?
Any other questions, anybody? Other than the picture? No.
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah.
You tell him where you want him to stand. Well,
Yes, we are adjourned.
All right. We're officially adjourned for the day. We will pick this back up at the regular meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thanks, everyone. Let's get a picture.
Cool stuff, right?
Yeah, we can work.
No, she said to call her.
This kind of focusing.